Hi, chat. How are you right now in this crazy world of ours? Hello, Koyos. Greenie. Not world record. Maybe world record for how fast I shoveled food into my mouth just now. Hi, Robbie. Hi, me. Hello, Luna, Will, Pancat, Kizuna. Hope you're all doing okay today. Turn the mic up a bit. Let me just move that around. Don't want it too loud because Dekker likes to talk. But I guess we also want it loud because we like to talk. That song was good, Robbie. You're a sucker for piano. That was from the House of the Dead 4. Let me see if I can't call that up for you. It is unfortunately a very short track. You can barely hear me. That's interesting because the volume levels are normal on my end. Let me go and take a look at that then. Volumes. Where are you? Where are you? But yes, while I'm messing around with that, how is everyone today? The lunch I just had was jjajangmyeon. You usually can barely hear me. That is good to know, Pancat. So you just turn your volume way up. That also that is greatly appreciated. See, I feel really bad about turning my volume all the way up. Just generally. I think it's a habit from the days when I was doing online karaoke. And it was much easier to clean up the vocal recordings when it didn't have all the background noise. I get very concerned about background noise. Your days are slow now. You miss work. I'm sorry, Green. There are only so many games to keep you occupied when you normally work in a place where you're surrounded by games, I'm sure. Amongst other things, but headphones, yes, headphones are great. Um, no, the thing is, I live in an apartment with my sister, and the part of the apartment I live in does not have a door. Anyway, I'm hoping that's okay now, as far as I can tell. So let's put this up. This game only works if I put it up as a browser view, just display capture. It won't capture the window, it won't capture the game itself. So in order to prevent to keep you guys from staring at my desktop with its icons for too long, I always have to wait. Your box is becoming a miniature game store with the NES, the SNES, the N64, the Famicom. I noticed there's no Sega in there, Green.
Midnight each day.
On Valentine's night,
Time as you know it freezes.
20 minutes past 10.
Keep up, Doctor.
Thinks we're going to smother her in her sleep.
I'm a grave digger, Doctor.
I was at home,
David is my husband.
all on my lonesome.
Stabbed him with a steak knife.
Nothing changes.
I'm a qualified angel of death.
When I'm
I
dancing,
like that
You
one the
list it
best.
over and over.
Hilda.
I black out
I don't think she's got long.
And Laurie just,
naked on the beach.
Hannah.
Is that it for today?
You don't have a single Sega game except for Illbleed, but that one's not yours. That's fair. There are no good Sega games. That's an opinion. I can't say I'm inclined to disagree because I also don't have any Sega systems. last time, just trying to think back to last time. Hi, Jasmine. Last time we didn't touch on poor Nathan yet. But Bryce is still fucking psycho. Bryce is so psycho that he's admitted to us that he strips ladies when everything is paused for him. Claire is being as evasive as ever. Elid is still not that great. She thinks of herself as some kind of savior. And she's taking gifts from her patients, who are not necessarily in their right minds. Last time we learned that Bryce needs to become a grave himself. Yes, that sounds accurate for this dude. There is a discussion in chat as to whether or not Billy Hatcher counts as a Sega game, because Sega is very confusing and makes both games and consoles, but their consoles did not have the greatest of games. You know what was a Sega game, both game and console? Sakura Wars. It was on the Saturn, but still. Anyway, let's start with Jasmine. We didn't look at Jasmine at all last time. Let's see how fucked up she is.
I'm Jasmine. I don't come in that often. What happened to Dr. Dekker?
Well, you see, Jasmine, Dr. Dekker is dead. I wonder if we can say that outright. Dr. Dekker is dead.
Oh. When? How? Sorry, you probably don't know, do you?
Will is a hipster. Everyone point fingers at him in chat. And then he has to go down to see Green in San Diego so she can give him all the retro games. Is it okay if we tell her he was murdered? We're gonna tell her he was murdered. I guess we can't. Notes. We should tell Jasmine that he was stabbed, not that he was murdered, but he was stabbed. Okay.
Ouch. I didn't really know him that well. I'm trying to remember what I was doing on Valentine's Day now.
We didn't mention Valentine's Day. How do you know it was on Valentine's Day? I mean, the game probably just assumes we mentioned he was stabbed on Valentine's Day, but... How do you know it was on Valentine's Day?
We had a display in the gallery based on Love Conquers All, so I had to work. Mainly it was a collection of giant hearts sat on things, but I ran into another patient, Bryce. I'd never really spoken with him before, but he's quite an art critic. I couldn't get rid of him until I finished work at 11. There's actually another guy who takes over on the night shift. I'm not sure if he kept talking to Bryce though. Providence is open 24 hours.
You can't give an alibi to Bryce. We don't like Bryce. Hey, Giddy. How are you today? You missed everything, didn't you? No, you did not miss everything. We got to say Dr. Dekker is dead. And that was the important part. Luna only played PC games as a kid. Robbie didn't own a TV console until they were 10. Pancat is very disappointed that Bryce has an alibi. Why are you giving Bryce an alibi?
There's not much to tell. I knew he was a patient here. I'd seen him in the waiting room a couple of times. He likes art and talking and looking down here instead of up.
Oh no! Bryce is totally the kind of person who would look down there instead of up there. I like that reaction greatly, though. I want to see it again.
There's not much to tell. I knew he was a patient here. I'd seen him in the waiting room a couple of times. He likes art and talking and looking down here instead of up here.
We don't have any hints for that, but she's still yellow. Hi, Rick. Bryce is the gravedigger. Yes, Bryce is the gravedigger. Bryce is the creepy gravedigger who doesn't respect personal boundaries, amongst other things. All right, so what was your problem?
When you see a painting, it stands still. When I see one, it's moving, like a mini film, like little vines. But when there's a person in the painting,
I like that the game refers to vines. When did the game come out? Excuse me, you're gonna see my start bar for a moment, I guess. When did this game come out? This came out in 2017. Didn't Vine die out in 2017? Vines are old now. Yes, I know. It's all TikTok now. My sister recently got into TikTok. And it just makes me feel old. Like, I was never into Vines to begin with, but like the way she just goes through it makes me feel like, oh shit, I can't keep up with technology. I'm not young and hip anymore. Everything is old now. It's been 2020 for 4 years. That is a humongous mood, Robbie. But yeah, no, Jasmine is a witch. Jasmine is a Harry Potter witch because she sees moving paintings. You're not into Vines nor TikToks and you're 19, so don't worry. That does make me feel a little better, but man, that was a throwback. Extract them of their new meme knowledge so I don't have to keep it up myself. I have to build the contraption that will let me extract the knowledge. You got it for a split second to make breakfast? Well, good morning, Will. And also,
when you see a painting, it stands still. When I see one, it's moving, like a mini film, like little vines. But when there's a person in the painting.
So one, her problem is that she's a witch from Harry Potter. And two, she's stuck in the past because vines are still a thing for her. I think the second thing is more important. Vines aren't a thing anymore, Jasmine. They're TikToks now. You gotta keep up. You gotta be young and hip and cool. Anyway, she did trail off, so let's ask.
They watch me. Normally disapprovingly.
I'm afraid to tell you that's normal, Jasmine. Everyone looks at... Well, not just you, but everyone looks very disapprovingly. Vines didn't cease to exist as a reference point just because the tech is no longer present. Jasmine seems like she would know about TikToks. Hey P, this is not the haunted house. That's on Monday through Thursdays. Oh god, why am I playing that game again? When she said Vine, you were like, plant? Yes, a plant that comes from a little ghost boy shooting rose thorns at you. I'm gonna tell her that's normal. That's normal, Jasmine.
Nope.
You can't just shoot me down like that. You enjoy the suffering of streamers. There is so much suffering. There is so much suffering in that game. What don't they approve of? I might have to actually use the word disapproving.
I don't really know what you mean.
I have to actually use the word disapproving.
No, sorry.
I can't just use. Does she react at all if I say that in my professional opinion, Bryce is a creep? In my professional opinion, Bryce is a creep. The parser only picks up on Bryce. But she does agree. She does very much agree that Bryce is a creep. Maybe let's focus on them looking at her.
I really don't know. Sorry.
What do you know?
Beats me.
Damn, I wish I could answer that.
They watch me.
I have to parse it as disapprovingly.
Disapprovingly.
Yeah, we can ask when it started. When did this start? When did my inability to type start?
I don't really have anything to say about that.
Well, let's focus on disapprovingly first, because I think the trend we've seen for Lacey and Jasmine is they're very focused on one thing. So we might have to go along further before she'll think, oh, I can answer that question.
Because they don't think I know how to appreciate art. Because I'm too young.
That's a self-esteem issue, Jasmine. We're not equipped to handle that. What we are equipped to handle is telling people like Bryce no. So if you want us to tell Bryce no, we can do that for you. I don't think he'll really stop, but... Do you appreciate art? Because I sure as hell don't.
Yes, of course. Otherwise I wouldn't be working in an art gallery. I love art. I love paintings. Like I said, they move for me.
The zoom in on her face. Well, this still has 2 stars.
When you see a painting, it stands still. When I see one, it's moving. Like a mini film. Like little vines. But when there's a person in the painting...
The game is disinclined to give me hints. So let's start with, Jasmine, have you heard about TikToks?
Who told you to ask that? I honestly don't know.
She knows you exist, chat. She knows you're there. Art is good, but like no art has moved. Like moved emotionally or moved physically? Yeah, Jasmine's pretty behind the curve. There's an OVA that Ghibli made called Iblar Chikan, which is just moving oil paintings for 30 minutes. That sounds interesting.
I don't know.
Let's ask about movies then.
That's not something I know about.
Who doesn't know about movies? I don't like movies and I know about movies. Yeah, send me the link for it, Green. I'd like to see it. No art has moved the way it has for her, like for you. And some paintings should move just from the look of them. What's that one painting? The Scream. That one always looks like it should be moving to me. Very particular parser. Let's go back to the menu for a bit. So the GIB wants you to use keywords or questions. Be specific because they have no sense of context. She didn't ask us a question, but we're supposed to answer questions if they ask questions. And if something seems like a keyword you haven't used before, try it, no matter how ridiculous it seems. That's why chat is here, to help me with keywords that... let's put subtitle hints on always, just in case. Maybe we need to help them learn how to understand conversations.
Midnight each day.
Thank you. We don't need that again. This is the Dark Souls font, is it? Yeah, let's ask about vines.
No, sorry.
I don't think any of us understand conversations. That's fair. When I play this game, I don't think I understand conversations anymore either. Sorry, Will. Luna's ahead of you there. Hey, Colonel Cap. Have you heard about video games? We're gonna ask that now. Have you heard about video games, Jasmine?
Beats me.
She's really behind the curve. Do you know what Twitch is?
I don't really have anything to say about that.
Do you know anything?
Dr. Dekker told me to burn it.
Wait, what?
It was nothing to do with Petra.
What? Where did we just jump? Burn what?
I really don't know. Sorry.
Who is Petra? No, we haven't. Where did we jump? Suddenly we're Steins Green. We're in the art gallery?
I don't really know what you mean.
Will, I swear you're not missing anything. We have no fucking clue what's going on. I took a leap. I went, do you know anything?
Dr. Dekker told me to burn it. It was nothing to do with Petra.
And now we're confused. What is she supposed to burn? Who is Petra?
That's not something I know about.
What are you burning?
Nope.
Are you burning Petra? Because I hear that's really bad for the air, fossil fuels and whatnot. No, Petra goes straight back to that one. Just ask Petra. Did we ask her about Dr. Dekker? She's looking at the Rorschach paintings because she likes art. We did. Well, we mentioned Dr. Dekker. But let's ask. What do you know about Dr. Dekker?
He was shy, and then less so. When I told him about my problem, he told me to set fire to it.
I don't like you, Will. She's destroyed an ancient building because Petra is a world wonder built out of stone. She's not supposed to tell me about the ebony fetish that whispers to her. We're her psychiatrist. She's supposed to tell us everything. Will knows how to play games. Nah. Will's a cheat. It's true. I saw him play on stream. He's a cheat. He admitted as much. Well, I think Problem's just gonna loop back here. So I think we have to use specifically the term set fire.
Yeah, he could have been more specific. I tried to set fire to Providence. At that time, I thought the only way to fix my problem was to
He
set
told
fire
her
the
to
entire
commit
art
arson.
gallery. Several paintings didn't make it. Luckily, my boss didn't press charges. The police did arrest me, though.
He told her to commit arson. She tried to burn all of Providence, Rhode Island. Providence, Rhode Island is a nice place. I wish she did not. Yet the boss... I would understand the boss pressing charges. No, boss was italicized, so boss is definitely the next one that we're asking about. Your boss is real nice.
My boss, Petra, she's just lovely like that.
Ah.
Providence has gone through some tough times, and I've only been there a year. She invested her life savings, and it's still not making any money. Such a sweet lady. You'd do anything for her.
Like burn down her art gallery that she invested her life savings into, apparently. Dr. Dekker is a psychiatrist who was brutally murdered, Luna. His body was found in his office around midnight-ish, I think. Or like a little before midnight or something like that on Valentine's Day. Or maybe it was 10 p.m. You know, it was 10 p.m. I'm terrible at remembering things. And we've been asked to take over his caseload, which includes all these patients. These bottom 5 are the main ones. And also see if maybe they know anything about Dr. Dekker. The police think that maybe one of his patients might have done it because there was no sign of a break-in or forced entry. So they think maybe he let someone in. Is Dr. Dekker even real? That's a very good question, but we've seen videotapes. So he might just be a mass hallucination. I don't think she'll react to fraud, but we can ask about fraud. It was money and anything. Do anything. Those were the 2 things that showed up. So are you committing fraud? Insurance fraud.
No. Why are you saying that? I don't even know if Petra has insurance.
We got notes. Did the painting of Dorian get destroyed in the fire? Dorian has not been mentioned. Who's Dorian?
I wanted to try and capture someone aging, so I divided the face into thirds and painted a boy, his father, and his grandfather in each third. It was hideous. And it started talking to me.
I think we jumped ahead again, so let me ask that real quick. Do you paint?
Who told you to ask that? I honestly don't know.
Do you make art?
I don't know.
How do you not know if you make art or don't make art? How can videotapes be real if our eyes aren't real? Yeah, I'm pretty sure that painting is named after the painting of Dorian Gray. We're getting cultist simulator up in here. She's confusing. Luna, this is your first stream? We have so much more confusion to go through. So much more confusion. Let's go back to boss questions. You'd do anything for Petra. That's a sign of a real artist. Am I really making art? What is art? Money probably will lead to the fraud, but let's go ask about money. Money? No, that goes back to fraud. Well, the painting talks to you. So, Dorian talks to you? What was the anything response?
Dr. Dekker told me to burn it. It was nothing to do with Petra.
So she's blaming her arsonist tendencies on Dekker. Actually, let's call her out on it. You committed arson.
I really don't know. Sorry.
Alright, let's go back to Dorian. Dorian talks to you? The talking to you showed up in this question.
I wanted to try and capture someone aging, so I divided the face into thirds and painted a boy, his father, and his grandfather in each third. It was hideous. And it started talking to me.
Started talking. Yeah, we probably need started.
That I'm ugly. That I have no talent. Nothing will become of me. Is that true, Doctor?
Did Dekker hypnotize her? Dekker should have hypnotized her. You have self-esteem issues, lady. We're dealing with people who have real problems, like Lacey, who is still super fucked up. We've cleared out Lacey, but she's still fucked up. Lacey, by the way, was having an affair with a married man, killed the wife, and then proceeded to make up a story about a Medusa eating the wife to explain her disappearance. Hey Pants, how are you? Nathan thinks he loops over and over, same day over and over, like in Groundhog Day. He did in fact reference Groundhog Day. Mariana blacks out and wakes up naked on the beach. Which, as far as things go so far, isn't too bad. Lacey's superpower is to put thoughts in people's head. pants, apparently. You just woke up, you're witnessing all the early streamers. I don't know if I'm especially early. It's like 3 p.m. for me right now. Bryce, thinks... Bryce has played Persona 3 way too much and thinks he has a midnight hour, but instead of fighting demons in Tartarus, he strips people naked. He strips ladies naked and takes photos of them. We don't like Bryce. We don't like Bryce. It's 7 a.m. where you are, Pants? That's fair. Then this is definitely early for you. You are up way too early, in fact. We don't know what Claire's superpower is. And Elin thinks she can shapeshift. You wake up at 6 a.m., Green. You wake up at 6 a.m. because of the running thing, but that's also way too early. Bed is good. Bed is great. All hail bed. Alright, do we think she's ugly and untalented? Of course not. No. You're very pretty, just stay away from Bryce. That last part is especially important, Jasmine. Oh, it picks up on Bryce. Let's focus on no, you're not ugly then.
I don't know.
Yes, you have talent.
I don't really know what you mean.
What is the question I'm answering here? No, it's not true.
I hear it so many times from that wretched painting. It's in my head. But thank you.
More notes. Video games. 6 a.m. is a good time to run. It's not as bright and hot out. You get that atmospheric coolant. If your own painting is talking, you make art. Did you like Dr. Dekker? Parser, how did you feel about Dr. Dekker? This is not helping me.
Oh. When? How? Sorry, you probably don't know, do you?
Let's go back to insurance fraud, because insurance fraud still has 2 stars.
No. Why are you saying that? I don't even know if Petra has insurance.
I'm not... I did not say Valentine's Day when she asked when. But she immediately jumped to wondering, trying to remember what she was doing on Valentine's Day. And that's when she provided Bryce with an alibi.
Ouch. I didn't really know him that well.
Know
I can't
him.
remember what I was doing on Valentine's Day now.
Well, I guess know him is probably what do you know about Dr. Dekker. Do you love Dr. Dekker? That goes back to what do you know about him? Let's just focus on know him. No, that I think that goes back to what do you know about Dr. Dekker?
When you see a painting, it stands still. When I see one, it's moving.
So
Like a
the
mini
subtitles
film,
down here,
like little
when
lines.
when
But
it's
when there's a
bolded, that's a
person
question we have
in
to
the
answer.
painting-
When it's italicized, that's a keyword to pick up on. Let's just ask paintings.
I don't really have anything to say about that.
Vines.
No, sorry.
Films.
Who told you to ask that? I honestly don't know.
You're guessing that the game meant for me to say that he was stabbed on Valentine's Day? Yeah, the game proceeded as though I had said stabbed on Valentine's Day. Because then we asked,
We had a display in the gallery based on Love Conquers All, so I had to work. Mainly it was a collection of giant hearts sat on things, but I ran into another patient, Bryce. I'd never really spoken with him before, but he's quite an art critic. I couldn't get rid of him until I finished work at 11. There's actually another guy takes over on the night shift. I'm not sure if he kept talking to Bryce though. Providence is open 24 hours.
yeah, we did. The game prompted us to tell her specifically that he was stabbed. Who's the other guy? The one on night shift or Bryce? Let's ask about night shift
That's
guy.
not something I know about.
Okay. It makes it a potential. If it's open 24 hours, it makes it a potential target for Bryce's power. Let's ask about Providence here.
Beats me.
I suppose it helps that the night shift guy is a guy, so Bryce is not interested. Actually, let's ask him about Providence.
No. Sorry. I don't know. I spent most of Valentine's Day at the art gallery. Well, the evening part, anyway. They had a display with the theme Love Conquers All. I didn't get most of the paintings, but they were well done.
What was the name of the lady that he stripped naked? If you mean his neighbor, it was Jessica. Bryce could be bi. Bryce has spoken expressly about stripping ladies naked, taking pictures of them, and then putting the clothes back on them. He says he didn't get the paintings but thought they were well done. Jasmine says he was a vociferous critic. I am more inclined to believe Jasmine because she was very accurate about where he kept his eyes. We can ask him.
I don't have anything to say to that.
Do you know Jasmine?
I have no idea what you want me to say.
Do you like boobs?
I don't really know about that.
I think you do, Bryce. I think you do. You hate how everyone fidgets like they don't want to be here. You don't want them to be here. A yes or no will suffice, Bryce. Boobs are very pleasant, it's true. You can't just say, I don't know. Okay. How do the paintings move? That's what that was missing.
When I want them to, normally. When I want to really get inside what's going on. But some paintings, I can't stop.
We're not talking about the bird, the booby bird.
I've been working on portraits. at
There we
home,
go, that's our missing link.
outside work. But my paintings aren't so good. Nowhere near Providence standard. I painted a man, Dorian. You know, after Dorian Gray.
There we go. That was our missing link. Now the stars are missing from what was your problem. But it seems pretty clear that well, based off the question, the second question that popped up here, that the game is suggesting that she was told to set fire to Dorian.
I already ripped up the painting. It screamed as I cut it. And now whenever I close my eyes, I can see it, hear it. I need the tablets, Doctor. I need them.
The tablets?
The temazepam, the sleeping tablets. The ones you gave me last time.
It all goes back to drugs. It all goes back to drugs. Actually, yeah, no, this is the first time we're seeing her. Did we give you tablets? Did we prescribe you temazepam? Because I think it wanted to focus on temazepam.
Dr. Dekker gave them to me. They helped. I know it's in my head. I know paintings can't talk. What's wrong with me, Doctor? Why do I do this?
Is it the first time? Yeah, it is acknowledged that it's the first time we're seeing her because she was like, oh, you're different. Dr. Dekker told me to burn it. I don't make art. They keep staring at me, talking to me. So, about my painting, Dorian. Have I ever told you I made a painting, Dorian? Have I? I don't know how to answer your question, lady.
Dr. Dekker gave them to me. They helped. I know it's in my head. I know paintings can't talk. What's wrong with me, Doctor? Why do I do this?
Have you considered that you're projecting?
Nope.
Nope, she has not considered it. That's it, we're done. In my head was in fact highlighted, yes. Most of this game is pretty competently put together, so the little inconsistencies stick out a lot, and it's hard to tell if they're intentional writing choices or just weird script bugs. Like, I've seen a full playthrough of the game before. I'm inclined to say most of them are weird script bugs, but because the game actively wants you to catch them in lies too, that makes it weird. Because you don't know if it's a script bug or an intentional writing choice. Anyway, what's in your head?
Thank you, Doctor. I'll think about that. And the prescription, please?
That... Jasmine, no. We didn't solve anything. It's not in your head. Yeah, the game thought I said it's in your head. The best lie that we've caught has been fucking Lacey. And we didn't even catch the lie. We didn't even catch the lie. She just outright admitted it. Let's bring back Lacey.
It killed them. It looks normal enough. A smartly dressed door-to-door saleswoman. I know because I heard my other neighbours shout at her. No Jehovah's! They think anyone knocking is a Jehovah. But she said she was selling double glazing.
Jasmine is green now. Yeah, when Jasmine's green, when they're green, it implies that we've hit everything there is. Jasmine and Lacey started out as yellow.
I could only see the silhouette. It turned from a person into a, well, it looked like, I guess you'd call it a Medusa. Snakes for her face. And Agnes just fell to the floor. A few minutes later, the woman left, smiling like the cat that got the cream. That was the end of Agnes.
I really like Lacey's story. I hate where it ends up, but I really like the progression for her.
Thank you, Doctor. Now give me a pen and I'll write down the details for you. Don't you want to know why Dr. Dekker called me the leech lady? He said that I leech thoughts from people, suck 'em right out of their heads. And I can put thoughts in there too. I'm not that clever though, am I, Doctor? I mean, it's not as if I was having an affair with Ron and Agnes was in the way and needed to disappear. So I made this story up. I mean, what do you think I do for a living anyway?
You're not really sure if she's a killer or not? Oh no! It worked! She did her leech lady thing on Pancat!
Doctor, you're so good. We're going to get on just fine.
Anyway, let's finish up Mariana and take care of Claire. Where were we on Mariana? We jumped from Mariana to Elin because she said she saw Elin on the beach. Yeah, Luna has come here for the first time and already knows that Lacey is a killer. Alright.
We went out for drinks. Didn't you know?
Oh
He
no.
said it was a breach of something or the other, but I can be pretty persuasive when I want to be.
That is very much a breach, Mariana. You're not supposed to be dating your psychiatrist. Yeah, she doesn't drink. Lacey is probably not the killer of Dr. Dekker. Lacey and Jasmine are like one-offs. Don't think they will show up again. I thought Mariana said she didn't drink. The game is here to help you call her out.
I guess it was a couple of days before Valentine's Day. It wasn't a date or anything. I noticed in our sessions that he'd been acting a little strange. He just didn't seem right. I wanted to find out what was wrong.
But you don't... What is the exact phrasing I'm supposed to use here? Apparently, that was the right phrasing. You don't like alcohol.
Sorry, say that again?
You don't like alcohol. You said that. Alright, persuasive was also highlighted, so... How did you persuade him?
I know, it's pretty hard to believe, isn't it? I feel pretty ugly. But I think I have a nice smile.
Why do you feel ugly? Is this going to lead to us dating you?
Lots of people find me attractive, but I've seen something truly beautiful. It makes me feel dull by comparison.
What is this truly beautiful thing? Was it Dr. Dekker?
I have a recurring dream where I find something beautiful in the sea. But I don't know you that well yet, Doctor. Let's wait a while before I tell you my most intimate secrets.
Sorry to cut in.
Jesus,
Doctor.
Jaya!
I've just had a phone call from a solicitor. Ben's trying to sue us for nervous shock. Should I go and see him to talk it out, or should I find a solicitor to represent us? Sorry to be pushy, I just think we should act quickly before it's too late. Well, just let me know.
And now we have Jaya, who is our assistant. Because we cleared out Mariana. That said, we still have questions for Mariana. Why would Ben try to sue us? I think Ben's trying to sue the office in general. And we have taken over the office. We didn't do anything to him. Yeah, Clipsy, Luna, it looks a lot like a Cthulhu necklace. A lot of people have pointed it out. It's probably very much a Cthulhu necklace. Tell me your most intimate secrets. While you thrust your lower waist at me.
Wouldn't you like to know? Is our session up now?
Our session is up when I say it's up.
We went out for drinks. Didn't you know? He said it was a breach of something or the other, but I can be pretty persuasive when I want to be.
The dead body of Dr. Dekker traumatized me, so I'm suing his office because reasons. Look, he's had emotional trauma. He's not thinking straight. He's not thinking. He needs a dose of Dr. Whatever the fuck we are in his life.
You know, like a breach of ethics or something. Girl doesn't ask for details.
A girl should ask for details. This is still 2 stars.
No idea. Is that a dance move?
You know what vodka is, woman. Dr. One, PhD. A girl yes, a girl should know what ethics are.
Don't ask me. I don't know.
You should know. I want to know why this
He
is
went
still
out
2
for
stars.
drinks. Didn't you know? He said it was a breach of something or the other, but I can be pretty persuasive when I want to be.
Maybe I had to focus on persuasive. No, it's not persuasive. Vodka is Luna's favorite dance move. Ah! There we go.
Yeah, drinks. I think Dr. Dekker ordered neat whiskey. I had water. I don't drink.
I guess that... I guess that tracks. She still has green, but... Didn't she black out because she drank treat drinks from the club? No, she blacked out because she was dancing. And then they all fucked that bird. Alright, let's move on to Nathan and then we'll see what Jaya wants. Hi. Again. And again.
Hello again, Doctor. I had a bit of a shaky loop incident, but let's not talk about it. Yesterday, I set fire to Hannah's clothes in the garden. I just wanted the day to move forward. I instantly regretted it. And lo and behold, here we are, a new day. Hannah's clothes are a pile of ashes.
Dude, have you considered that's not healthy? Tell me about your arsonist tendencies.
I think fire is very primal in terms of energy. Maybe if I burn something, my days will keep rolling. Although I'm not sure you're supposed to encourage arson in your sessions, Doctor.
Did you not talk to Jasmine? Because apparently Dr. Dekker encouraged arson for her. Hannah was a car crash lady. Yes, she was. He should stop taking advice from Groundhog Day. He really should. Like, losing your fiance in a car accident is understandably traumatic. Taking advice from a Hollywood movie is probably not the best idea. What clothes did you set fire to?
I've kept almost all of her stuff as she left it. It's just the clothes. I've decided to burn those yesterday, so here I am. Hannah loved clothes. Every season, she'd donate her entire wardrobe to some charity or another, and only buy stuff she loved. I was left with winter. I don't even know what her favourite season was. Does it matter? What's your favourite season, Doctor?
Two questions. One, how do you not know what the favorite season of your fiance, who you've known since you were a school kid, is? And two, chat, what's your favorite season? Luna is summer. Pancat is autumn. Hannah is why the charity shops always have nice clothes. Green likes summer best too. It is the balance of seasons which makes each season worthwhile. But that only applies in a place where you feel the difference of the seasons, I think. But you live in the Central Valley, so all the seasons are the fucking same anyway. Koyos likes spring. Winter is 6 months out of the year where you are, Pancat, so do you lose out on spring instead of autumn? You like seasonings with a bit of sour to it, Guinea. I am seeing... Sun, what's that? Snow, what's that? Will and Kizuna live in opposite climes. Your 3 seasons were wet, dry, typhoon. Ah yes, island living. Are people still crazy? Yes, Rick. People are always crazy. Do you not see how he's waving at us? That totally indicates crazy. What's your favorite season, by the way? That's what we're dealing with here in chat. I should probably change the category of the stream to just chatting. I am learning more about chat than this man knows about his fiancée. Well, his ex-fiancée. Summer is the slightly more popular response. We've got 2 summer, 1 autumn, 1 spring, 0 winter. Oh wait, there we go. There's the winter. No one likes winter. Autumn is king, according to Pants.
If you like summer, you're supposed to be flexible and carefree. You do care, don't you, Doctor?
Well, chat, do you care? Or are you flexible and carefree? I've been using tell us the entire time. I need to keep up with that. We need to be consistent. What are we caring about? That's a very good question.
I don't know what you're talking about. Can't help you. Sorry.
I'm trying to help you. Hi, hello, yo. I care flexibly and that depends on your answer. I'm putting that in.
Sorry, I don't know. Is it me or did it just really get cold in here?
Let's answer all the seasons. This isn't a dating simulator. Not yet, it's not. It seems like someone's heading that way. Let's go with autumn.
I've got nothing. Pass.
Really? You could just do that?
Sorry. No.
Tell me about your loop. That's one hell of a typo, Will. You're making mac and cheese and nobody's going to stop you. Nobody had better stop you. You're making mac and cheese. You're doing good for the world. Let's go back to this.
I've kept almost all of her stuff as she left it. It's just the clothes. I've decided to burn those yesterday, so here I am. Hannah loved clothes. Every season, she'd donate her entire wardrobe to some charity or another, and only buy stuff she loved. I was left with winter. I don't even know what her favourite season was. Does it matter? What's your favourite season, Doctor?
Nathan. You gotta help me out here. Don't just stare at me.
Should I know something about that? Sorry.
I think we haven't talked to him at all. So, what were you doing on Valentine's Day?
I was at Henley Church on Valentine's Day, visiting Hannah's grave. It's the anniversary of her death.
Oh
Her
shit!
parents wanted a huge funeral with all the trimmings. Hannah would never have come for it. It does give me somewhere to visit. I got to write the epitaph.
Damn, that sucks. Losing your childhood sweetheart on Valentine's Day. Ouch. You want to change your answer. Your favorite season is video games. Ah, yes. I appreciate the turn of the leaves in Stardew Valley. The fall of the snow in Far Cry. Is Far Cry the one with snow? You go to Henley Church often.
I left Henley Church about 11 o'clock on Valentine's Day. I was talking to an archaeologist who said they'd uncovered some fossils resembling a strange cephalopod-like creature.
Oh no.
Strange place to find an octopus, really. What? Do you think I've got something to do with Dr. Dekker's murder? Maybe you should ask your assistant who Dekker saw that day.
Yeah, no, she's next on our list. It's cool, Nathan. She's next. Tell us about Cthulhu.
That's not really something I know about.
Tell us about octopi.
I don't know.
Tell us about cephalopods.
That's not really something I know about.
Tell us about Mariana. And please, could you just go out for drinks with her so we don't have to do it?
I don't know what you're talking about.
Nathan. Nathan. Alright, let's ask about the epitaph. Epitaph? Yeah, there we go.
We walk alone without our angel.
Did you call her angel? Because that's sickeningly sweet.
I'm not religious. But when I wrote Hannah's epitaph, I knew her parents would want some acknowledgement of the great bearded one. But she was an angel to me.
Great bearded one.
She was an angel to everyone.
Great bearded one. From now on... Wait a second. Doesn't that technically also look like a great bearded one? Just saying. Will knows nothing about being alone. Well, damn. Look at Will being socially incapable.
I've been alone since Hannah. I can't imagine anyone ever replacing her. Not that I've looked.
Will
Do you think I
can't
should look for
sympathize with
someone else?
Nathan. Is it wise to be mourning the death of your fiancé for 2 years? Is Will being weird again? Will is always weird. Get a cat. Yeah, cats are good. Cat, dog, you know, just get some of that unconditional love. Get an octopus. They're very intelligent. Pants has a rabbit. Rabbit is best.
I've got nothing.
Yes, you should find someone.
Can't help you. Sorry.
What was the specific phrasing for that question?
I've been alone since Hannah. I can't imagine anyone ever replacing her. Not that I've looked. Do you think I should look for someone else?
Look for someone else. Okay. Octopi it is, who cares if it's legal? Is it illegal to own a pet octopus?
Okay. Fine. I'll try. I'm not really sure what I'm looking for, though. Just sign up to Tinder and start swiping. Maybe it's just company I'm missing. Although I don't really want any.
Maybe you should get a pet.
I don't know.
I hear octopi. Yeah. Are great companions.
Pass.
Let's go back to this one. For this one, he did think we should talk to Jaya.
I left Henley Church about 11 o'clock on Valentine's Day. I was talking to an archaeologist who said it uncovered some fossils resembling a strange cephalopod-like creature. Strange place to find an octopus, really. What? Do you think I've got something to do with Dr. Dekker's murder? Maybe you should ask your assistant who Dekker saw that day.
Nothing is bolded or italicized. But let's see if that works.
Sorry, I don't know. Is it me or did it just really get cold in here?
That's new. Swiping through a woman on Tinder would probably make the looping worse.
Dr. Dekker felt that Hannah was holding me back. The memories of Hannah. In his opinion, I was holding on to the past.
I do
So
think
guess
you
he
are.
cursed me. That's even a thing.
No, you are holding on to the past. Why do you think he cursed you? Swiping through men is definitely not any better. It's been a while since I've used Tinder. I prefer not to remember that time.
Yes, Dr. Dekker, curse me. I don't really want to talk about it, but let's just say I blame him for the way I am. Can you give me some advice, Doctor?
Well, no, you have to talk about it so I can give you advice. That's how this works. I can't give you advice if I don't know what the fuck is going on! What kind of advice? You may as well ask that.
I've been trying to think how I can get past today. I've come up with a couple of choices. I could set fire to Hannah's photographs.
Don't
I've got them
do
in
that.
Dropbox anyway. But setting fire to the clothes did the trick. Or setting fire to a rocking chair. She sounds like an old lady, but she loved that rocking chair, which I've not sat in since. Which one do you think's best?
I think you should set fire to neither. Don't set fire to shit. Just trash them. Set fire to everything, says Pancat. I am putting that in there, guys. I am caps locking this.
Sorry, no.
He said no. He said sorry, no. I think we only get to choose between photographs and the rocking chair.
Hannah was forever giving to charity. Her things, her time, our money. I actually suggested a charity that Dr. Dekker mentioned called Mind Stretch Outreach.
Yeah, so if Hannah was always donating shit, why don't you donate her shit? Also, tell me about this Mind Stretch Outreach.
Mind Stretch Outreach arranges programs for gifted children. It's for poor, clever kids who can't afford private education. It's not much of a charity, I guess, but it certainly ends up with a lot of clever people who are thankful to the people running it. Which, in this case, is Dr. Dekker.
Okay, see, I mentioned that I've seen a full playthrough of this game before, but it wasn't like a complete unlock everything playthrough. It was just getting through the main story. This is new to me. What else do you know about Dr. Dekker? I don't think Hannah had an affair with Dr. Dekker. Hannah did not, was not a patient of Dr. Dekker, as far as we know. There's multiple endings? Yes. This game is essentially a whodunit from amongst his patients. And the one I saw is not necessarily the ending we'll have. And also, depending on how well we solve their problems, based off the answers we give them, the way their lives change, as evidenced in the epilogue, will also change. Hey, Cavalis! Where are we at now? We're still on day 2. We fucked around with Mariana a little. We messed around with Jasmine a lot. Now we're trying to figure out Nathan. Before we talk to Jaya, who decided to give us a fucking jump scare. Alright, I'm putting this on chat. You can see my, my start bar for a bit. There's a poll. What are we burning down?
I've been trying to think how I can get past today. I've come up with a couple of choices. I could set fire to Hannah's photographs. I've got them in Dropbox anyway. But setting fire to the clothes did the trick. Or setting fire to a rocking chair. She sounds like an old lady, but she loved that rocking chair, which I've not sat in since. Which one do you think's best?
He seems very insistent on burning something down, so we can set fire to photos, which he has a digital copy of, or we can set fire to a rocking chair, a perfectly fucking good rocking chair, but apparently had a lot of emotional attachment to it. Yeah, you didn't miss that much. We got Mariana starting to become flirty with us. And we say neither. We can certainly try.
Should I know something about that? Sorry.
We tried to get him to donate it instead, and we found out about Mind Stretch Outreach, which still continues to seem shady. He will not take no for an answer. You watched your silky rooster jump into his hen house, flirt with a girl, and get rejected, and then he left the hen house and eat lunch. That silky rooster is living his best life. I'm very curious about this Mind Stretch Outreach, though. This is new territory for me.
Mind Stretch Outreach arranges programs for gifted children. It's for poor, clever kids who can't afford private education. It's not much of a charity, I guess, but it certainly ends up with a lot of clever people who are thankful to the people running it. Which, in this case, is Dr. Dekker.
Tell us about these poor, clever kids.
Pass.
What if the murder of Dr. Dekker was a good thing? We don't get to ask that. Alright, chat has soundly decided on photos. So...
Photographs it is then. I'll let you know how it goes.
we still have one more thing, though.
That's not really something I know about.
This one is still double starred. How do I handle that one?
Sorry, no.
Ask him how the Ligma is going. I think church just brings us back to this question. Yeah, it brings church up to the top. Cavalis, be careful what you ask for.
I don't know what you're talking about.
Don't ask. It's okay. That one you cannot know. Just don't ask.
I left Henley Church about 11 o'clock on Valentine's Day. I was talking to an archaeologist who said it uncovered some fossils resembling a strange cephalopod-like creature. Strange place to find an octopus, really. What? Do you think I've got something to do with Dr. Dekker's murder? Maybe you should ask your assistant who Dekker saw that day.
Maybe we have to ask that outright. No, we can't ask that. I am asking all these questions about Dekker, and it's not taking it. 11 a.m. or 11 p.m.?
Can't help you. Sorry.
Was it 11 a.m. or 11 p.m.?
I don't know.
You're not Bryce. You gotta have a sense of time. Did the person who killed Dr. Dekker look like a bitch? I mean, in that case, it could have been any of them. Oh, we've been sad that Jasmine has given Bryce an alibi. Tell us about Hannah's parents.
Sorry. I don't know. Is it me or did it just really get cold in here?
It was a group effort. Everyone worked together to kill Dr. Dekker. Are you cold?
I've got nothing.
What were you doing at the time of Dr. Dekker's murder? Okay.
It was a missed call. It was Valentine's Day, so I wasn't in the mood for conversation.
And we have cleared out Nathan. Who was the missed call from?
Should I know something about that? Sorry.
You should.
Can't help you. Sorry. I meant I wasn't in the mood to talk to Dr. Dekker.
Oh. Okay, so we could still clear out shit. He had a missed call from Dr. Dekker on that day. Dr. Dekker was probably trying to call you for help. Damn! Alright, let's figure out what Jaya wants. You scared me.
I can't help you with that. Sorry.
Yes, you can. You can stop doing jump scares. Hi. Now that I've yelled at you, hi.
Hey, you. Thanks for helping me with this grief thing. I'm not sure I have it, though.
She's oops. She's rearranging the Rorschachs. So tell us about grief.
Oh, I don't really know where to start. I feel a bit numb. Maybe we should just talk about him.
Or tell us about being numb. Don't call 911, call your patients. Yeah, the people who you need to help. The people who you are helping to function. They are the people who can best help you in an emergency situation.
It hadn't even been a year. He was a quiet, solitary man. A good listener, as I suppose you'd need to be. His confidence did grow as time wore on, but that's what you'd expect after you've fitted in. I mainly miss our chats. He used to work late with me and tell me things about the patients, things that I probably shouldn't have heard, but did. What do you think of the patients? Nah, perhaps you shouldn't say. You can ask me. Go on, I'll tell you what I think.
Oh. Jay is very opinionated. So what do you think about the patients? Well, what do you think about Lacey? Let's start with Lacey.
I'm not trying to hide anything. I just don't know. What
do you think about Bryce? Does he look down there or up there for you?
I think Bryce has a lot of misdirected anger. I don't think I like him that much. You know, sometimes when things overrun, he's outside waiting for you, and he stares at me as if he's undressing me with his eyes. You know, he's not the first person that's done that, but still, you know, it feels worse coming from him.
No, no, that's honestly nothing new, Jaya. He he does that, and he's not slick or good at it. What about Claire?
Claire seems to be shaken by something. You know, I offer her drinks every time she comes in, but she always refuses them. It's as if she just wants to come in, get her session over with, and then run off to do something else. It's a bit rude, isn't it?
You think you might have somehow missed Bryce, or you're combining him and Nathan in your head? It's okay, Guinea. We can get that taken care of right away.
There's something I want to tell you about. Something else that's wrong with me. I think I've been getting a bit out of control in my hour.
Did we ever ask you about out of control?
When I first got the hour, I was shocked, obviously. It took me a while to work out that everyone was frozen and only I could
Yeah,
move.
Nathan is the person who
Because I live on my own.
who thinks he's
What would you
reliving
do,
the same
Doctor,
day over and
if
over.
you had an hour where everyone was frozen? Go to a fairground?
That's a leading question. We know what you do is you break into your neighbors' apartments and take photos of them after you strip them. Nathan works at a supermarket. He works as a cashier, I think. Bryce is a gravedigger. They are very separate people. For example, Nathan really wants to burn things, but it's not like he's running around committing crimes on people. Manic and depressive days. Yes, when he's manic, his hair goes blonde, a dirty blonde. When he's depressive, he gets more stubble and his hair turns very, very brunette. We asked about Claire. How about Elin?
Elin seems like a lovely person. I'm not really sure why she's here.
'Cause she's crazy. You all are. How do you feel about Mariana?
Mariana is a special girl. You know, there's something about her that just makes you want to follow her. Maybe that's what a trendsetter looks like.
Is that why you're barefoot, Jaya? Because Jasmine is wearing shoes. Yeah, see? She's very clearly wearing little pumps or something like that. I can't tell if Claire has shoes on. Don't judge me, I just need to see if you're wearing shoes. Could you show me your feet? No judgment, it's just about your shoes, it's not about a fetish or anything. Just like cross one leg over the other, please, Claire. Come on. That might have been shoes? When did this Twitch turn into Tumblr ass? Only on Sundays. That's no shoes, just stockings. Damn! I guess Jasmine has not heard the new rules about no shoes in the office. Um, I'm pretty sure Bryce and Nathan are both wearing shoes, though. Oh, okay, no, those were socks. Those were socks. You don't seem keen to show us your socks again. Yeah, he's definitely wearing shoes, though, see? This became a shoe. Bring a leg up, Nathan, you motherfucker. Does Nathan seem like the kind of person to bring a leg up? Just snappily hang one foot over the other leg. Maybe we just have a no shoes office? So Bryce and Jasmine are disrespecting our office rules. Don't go what do you want at me, Nathan. We want to see if you're wearing shoes. This is very important. We need a large data sample. This is for science. Is Lacey wearing shoes? Lacey is also wearing shoes. Elin, I don't think ever is in a position where she raises her legs so we can see if she's wearing shoes or not. Lacey has to wear shoes. It's in her name. Elin, we're just very curious if you got some shoes to show us. Did you maybe get them from a patient or two? That's not what we meant. You feel like Elin had no shoes, but you can't recall. Maybe she's not Elin it. Okay. Enough faffing about.
Oh, I just want to cuddle Nathan all up. He's such a mess. He's always in the same clothes. You know, he barely talks to me though. It's the same hello every time. He reminds me of Tom.
Who's Tom?
Tom was a quiet mess, like Nathan. Youngish, in his early 20s. He taught piano, but he did have a strange hobby.
Nathan is Loopy Boy, yes. Tell us about shoes to stream. Maybe there'll be shoes, socks photos, and like bonus material. I don't believe so. Like this is an old-ish game from 2017, as evidenced by them referencing vines.
Tom liked to base jump. That's basically falling from a huge building or mountain and pulling your parachute before you hit the ground. He started to think he could fly. Dr. Dekker tried to talk him out of it, but Tom had to prove his point. So one day, Tom decided to base jump without a parachute.
Oh no.
Can you guess what happened?
Can we go back to where you were telling us about Haitians? Tell us about Jasmine.
I don't know about that, Doctor.
Okay, Jasmine and Lacey are patients just in our head, apparently. They don't exist. That's how you can tell they're not, like, main patients or anything. He flew off. He forgot to hit the ground. There was no comma.
Sorry, Doctor. I don't know.
It was worth a shot asking about Jaya. He heckin' dead. She doesn't know about that doctor. Not she doesn't know about that doctor. Tom is in physical therapy. Let's be optimistic. The game doesn't want us to be optimistic. Is Tom dead? Tom is alive, right? I don't want to guess.
I don't know anything about that, I'm afraid. Tom liked to base jump.
What is the phrasing
That's
I need to use
basically
here?
falling from a huge building or mountain and pulling your parachute before you hit the ground. He started to think he could fly. Dr. Dekker tried to talk him out of it, but Tom had to prove his point. So one day, Tom decided to base jump without a parachute. Can you guess what happened?
He died. He flew.
I think you might be barking up the wrong tree there.
It was worth a shot.
He did die. He was hit by a rock from further up the mountain. He never got to fly. Nathan thinks he knows what his problem is too, but if he's not careful, he'll get hit by that rock. I wish I'd said goodbye.
To Dekker? Goodbye to who? Take away the extra spaces.
I liked Tom. I never got to say goodbye. I did with Dr. Dekker though, so I suppose that's some closure.
You know what? She did mention numbness. Oh wait, no, we already asked that. So you got closure.
Dr. Dekker tried to fire me
Uh,
not long before his murder, so we got to say what we wanted to say then, and I've got the termination letter somewhere. It's not going to stick, obviously. Professor Alderby and the Trust will overrule it, but it's nice to know what he felt about me.
Professor Alderby. Professor Alderby is the guy who thinks that he can erase gravity. I regret to inform you that your services are no longer required. Please clear out your desk and leave by the end of this week. Let's take a look back real quick. This game was released in 2017. He gave it to her on February 13th, and he died on February 14th. And he's technically not her boss anymore anyway. You were fired. Were you mad at him?
It's very interesting that you asked me that. It's not something I can answer though.
You could totally answer that. Were you mad at him? That's a yes-no question. You can give me a yes-no answer. Alright. We know who Alderby is, but tell us about Alderby.
Professor Alderby is a trustee. Did I not mention that?
Tell us about trustees.
I don't know.
What more are you hiding?
I've got no idea what you're talking about. Sorry.
What else have you not mentioned?
I don't know.
Alright, let's be more serious. Did you like Dekker? Did you kill Dekker? What were you doing on Valentine's Day? Well, we asked that already, actually. Why did Dekker fire her again?
I think you might be barking up the wrong tree there. Dr. Dekker tried to fire me not long before his murder, so we got to say what we wanted to say then, and I've got the termination letter somewhere. It's not going to stick, Obviously, Professor Alderby and the Trust will overrule it, but it's nice to know what he felt about me.
How did he feel about you?
I can't help you with that, sorry.
Okay, no, the game's just stonewalling us there.
It hadn't even been a year. He was a quiet, solitary man. A good listener, as I suppose you'd need to be. His confidence did grow as time wore on, but that's what you'd expect after you've fitted in. I mainly miss our chats. He used to
Work late.
work
There we
late
go.
with me and tell me things about the patients, things that I probably shouldn't
We
have
focus
heard,
more
but
on the
did.
patients.
What do you think of the patients? Nah, perhaps you shouldn't say. You can ask me. Go on, I'll tell you what I think.
She called his dick small, so he fired her. Damn. That's some harsh revenge.
We'd work late together on all sorts of things. He was preoccupied with finding patterns in patients, trying to find some kind of order.
Patterns?
Mainly he was searching for a common experience the patients might have had. That's what led them to his office. He'd study everything, even the referral letters.
Did they all meet Cthulhu at some point? Show me the referral letters.
Yes, letters, parking tickets, holiday destinations. You know, I find those referral letters. He was sure there was a pattern in them.
She's still red. We've asked about patterns. So you chatted with him, huh? Maybe we do need to ask to what were you doing on Valentine's Day? Again.
On Valentine's Day, Dr. Dekker had a session
we
with
did.
Claire Castleford at 11 and that nurse, Elin, at 3. Everyone else cancelled. You should see this place Christmas Eve. I was at home though, so I don't actually know who came in. Dr. Dekker did phone and ask me for Nathan's number, which is a bit strange.
Dr. Dekker called Nathan the day he was murdered. I should ask Nathan. I think we did. But let's throw that in there. Maybe Dr. Dekker was planning to count on Nathan's loops to save him. Maybe.
Dr. Dekker felt that Hannah.
No, that's a different one. Okay, yeah, this is a phone call question. He was in danger. He called the office ladies to get Nathan's number and then called Nathan. Basically, yeah. Hannah killed Dekker.
On Valentine's Day, Dr. Dekker had a session with Claire Castleford at 11 and that nurse, Elin, at 3. Everyone else cancelled. You should see this place Christmas Eve. I was at home though, so I don't actually know who came in. Dr. Dekker did phone and ask me for Nathan's number, which is a bit strange.
Why did he ask for Nathan's number?
Sorry, Doctor. I don't know.
When did he call you?
I don't know about that, Doctor.
You mentioned Christmas Eve.
I've got no idea what you're talking about. Sorry.
What about those cancellations? Elin said she was on a date on Valentine's Day. Like around the time of the murder. Here you are.
Yes, I had a session with Dr. Dekker on Valentine's Day. 3 o'clock, I think. Just a few hours later, he was. I still can't get over it.
Why were you at home?
I'm not trying to hide anything. I just don't know.
What are you hiding?
I don't know anything about that, I'm afraid.
Will is starting to think that everyone was involved in the murder. Alright. She did mention Ben. We haven't asked about Ben. That's on us. That I forgot Ben. Ben is unimportant.
So, should I get a solicitor, or shall we try and talk it out with him?
Are we getting a lawyer, or are we talking shit out with Ben? Let's talk to Ben.
Good choice. I'll go and see Ben to see if I can get him to call off the dogs. I have no idea what's gotten into him. Perhaps it's his mum.
Why would his mom be suing us?
It's very interesting that you asked me that. It's not something I can answer, though.
Talk to Ben, then grab a solicitor when it turns out Ben's murdered.
She was cuddling him like he was 6. He's 25.
Jaya does not have a very high opinion of Ben's mom. Why are we in charge of this office? That's a very good question. Why are we in charge of this office?
I'm not trying to hide anything. I just don't know.
Will understands so much about Ben now.
Professor Alderby is a trustee. Did I not mention that? I've got no idea what you're talking about.
I want
Sorry.
to see what... Isn't Professor Alderby a patient?
Good God, Doctor, it's like you're trying to confuse me. Can you break it down?
She's reacting to Alderby and patient. Alright. We've cleared them all out, essentially. We could still turn Jaya, Bryce, Claire, Elin, Mariana, Nathan, etc. green. Or we could go to the next day. I think we should go to the next day.
David Hunt,
I can change my skin.
then Skins.
Dr. Dekker dated his patients.
I had a hot date
We went out for drinks.
I took photos of Jessica.
Dr. Dekker did
on
phone
Valentine's Day.
and ask me for Nathan's number.
There was a girl there.
Am I wrong to keep the locket?
I'm allowed to talk to her, aren't
He
I?
was preoccupied with finding
Photographs,
patterns.
rocking chair.
I haven't been back to the beach since,
I had a bit of a shaky loop incident.
where I find something
I set fire
beautiful in the sea.
to Hannah's clothes in the garden.
I dug the grave.
I wish I'd said goodbye.
Dr. Dekker cursed me.
It didn't weigh enough to have a body in it.
Oh, Doctor, you surprised me. Reminds me of Officer Yates. Did I ever mention I had a special friend in the police
A
force?
special friend.
It's not something you drop politely into a conversation. He's been doing some digging and he's found a couple things. There's a crime scene report that goes into all the gory details, and another report that's about a patient you're seeing today, Claire. I'll put them both on the desk for you. And thanks for the grief counselling, by the way. It's really been helping, you know. I'm so glad you're here.
Personal space! Social distancing! Thank you, Jaya. You didn't even have a mask on. Burns clothes. Yeah, we're gonna make like Nathan and burn our clothes. She hugged us so hard it flashed the act number on the screen. Alright, so Jaya has been added to our list of patients. So I guess we're gonna have some more grief counseling today. Bryce is back. Yeah, Claire is definitely not wearing shoes. That's how she killed Dr. Dekker. She hugged him. That's a very manic smile you got going on, Elin. Are you wearing shoes? Mariana is not showing up. Up there she is. Nice and shoeless and long slitted dress. Yeah, Elin did not have her necklace. He is wearing very similar clothes. And he definitely doesn't have shoes either. And yes, we do have a new person. We have Professor Warwick. We also have some notes. The arrest report says Claire killed David. I've underlined some things to ask her about. I wonder if Bryce buried David. What happened with Ben? Ask patients about the paper spike. Too much to do today. Paper spike? Well, okay. Let's focus on the crime scene report, one at a time. Crime scene report. Oh, wait, here we are. Title Doctor, first name blank, last name Dekker. He had no first name. He was Dr. Dekker. The victim was located in his office, seated on a chair behind a desk, soaked in blood with an obvious chest wound, possible murder weapons, paper spike. 150 millimeters long, protruding from the approximate region of the victim's heart. You know what? That seems like not like a possible murder weapon. That seems like the murder weapon. Can you scroll through these? No, I'm trying. I'm pressing down. I'm scrolling the mouse button, the mouse wheel. It's not scrolling at all, unfortunately. It cuts off right there. Time of death estimated from liver temperature. Can't drag either. No, when I click it, that's what happens. Estimated from liver temperature measurements to be between 8:30 and 10:30 p.m. on February 14th, 2017. Note that victim's body was reportedly discovered at 10:20 p.m. on February 14th. So he could have still been alive when he was found. The cause of death is exsanguination due to punctuation of the left anterior descending coronary artery. Death would have occurred within minutes of blah blah blah. Try clicking in lower portion of the image. Here's the thing, when the screen's like this, the mouse cursor doesn't show up. I can estimate the lower portion of the image because I have two screens, so I'm using the second screen to tell me where the lower portion is. But when I click, it just goes away. Just a doctor, thank you. Doctor who? No, Dekker. You've been here on and off. Should you be surprised that Claire killed David? No, Robbie, no. Paper spike, like, you know, like, it's usually an office, it's like an office accessory that, you can put, like, receipts on or such. Like, you might see them more commonly in food service, where you put orders on. Arrest report. It is a spike on which one brutally impales innocent paper. Okay. On 2040 hours on Tuesday, 8th of November, myself and police officer PC 9725 Holt responded to a call received from a neighbor of the Bower House, Weston Park Avenue, concerning a reported disturbance. We arrived at the address and knocked on the front door, but there was no reply. We then examined the rear of the property and gained entry through insecure patio doors. We entered the property through this door, and I announced myself by shouting, "Police!" but did not hear any response. We searched the premises. Upon entering the dining room, I saw a female seated next to a man who was lying on the ground. The man did not appear to be conscious. Both persons were drenched in blood, and there was a substantial amount of blood on the carpet, walls, and furniture. I noted what appeared to be a steak knife. I should be like emphasizing these these underlined words. I noted what appeared to be a steak knife on the floor, which was covered in blood. At this point, I asked the woman to put her hands on her head, which she did. PC Holt secured the female while I checked the man for signs of life but found none. "Hi, Clendaria. You can't find your glasses. I'm sorry to hear that. Is there like a roommate or someone you live with who can help you with that?" I asked the woman her name, and she identified herself to me as Claire Castleford. I asked if she knew the dead man, and she said he was her husband, David Castleford. I asked what had happened, and she said that she had killed him. Following a search by PC Holt, which revealed no other persons present at the house, I said to Castleford at 20:52 hours, "You are under arrest on suspicion of murder." Murder is double underlined. I then cautioned her and placed her in the back of the police car for transportation to Weston Park Police Station, where I relayed the circumstances of the arrest to PC 2354 Hill, who authorized her. They were on your head. That's the best place for lost glasses to be. Anytime the pre-11 rules out two of the patients by default unless they're both covering for one another. I mean, based off the crime scene report, time of death was between 8:30 to 10:30 p.m. Unless, of course, he was stabbed, kept on ice somehow, the ice melted, and then all the blood leaked out. I'm just being ridiculous. Anyway, we have Professor Warwick. He wants to get started on his session. He's also wearing shoes. You say this as apparently one of them was stuck talking with the other all the way up until 11 p.m. Colonel Cap, you can't forgive Bryce like that. Jasmine, I think, gets a pass because Jasmine is not a major character here. But Bryce, we don't like Bryce. Being let out on a murder case within 2 months seems odd. For Claire, yeah, that does seem very odd. They froze a knife, stuck it upward, made the person fall flat on it. We're getting into CSI's era now. We were just supposed to cure these people of what ails them. Alright, Warwick, sit your ass back on the couch.
Professor Warwick, I'm a physicist. Where's Dr. Dekker?
He dead. We're just saying that outright. He dead.
Are you sure that question's for me?
Okay, I think I had to say. Dekker is dead.
Is he really? Actually dead? Not a worthy adversary after all, then?
You look like you're looking for a ghost, my man. Do you see dead people?
I don't really know what you're getting at.
No, that was Anu. That was Conan. Alright, Clipsy. Thank you for stopping by, Luna. Have a great evening for you. Yeah, it's like night, actually. Have a good night. Why was Dekker your adversary? Let's see what it picks up on.
Dr. Dekker challenged me. He tried to use my theories against me. Quantum theories.
Tell us about quantum theories. Tell us about quantum of solace. You're from the United Kingdom. You know James Bond, right?
I'm not aware of that.
He does not know Quantum of Solace. Did Quantum of Solace come out before this? After this? It came out before this. He's just not hip.
Do you really want to know? Dekker's eyes used to glaze over whenever we talked about that. He didn't believe in quantum physics. As if it's something that you can optionally believe in. Well, it started with an experiment.
Warwick, my dude, there are people out there who don't believe in vaccines. Just saying. Before, definitely. Yeah, it looks like Quantum of Solace came out in 2008. So, you know, that Bond movie's been out for like a whole 9 years. You seem like you would enjoy Bond movies. You seem like you would enjoy the villains in Bond movies, sir. Do you have a question? No, you're just being smug. Quantum physics are probably a bit harder to believe in than vaccines, too. Yeah! Vaccines as a concept makes sense. Like with allergies. Oh wait, no, there are people who don't believe in allergies. I take that back. I'm sorry. The world is full of idiots. Anyway, tell us about your experiments.
Maybe if you asked me that in a parallel universe, I actually know the answer.
You brought that up. What experiments, maybe?
Do you know, you remind me of Dr. Dekker. He always used to ask me questions I didn't know the answer to.
Are there people who don't believe in allergies? There are people who actually, I have not personally experienced said people. I want to make that clear. But I'm sure there are people who think that allergies are not actually a thing, that it's just a severe dislike. You can get over it by just eating more of the food. They also probably don't believe in vaccines. What kind of experiments?
I don't know.
Like, in fairness, I have not actually met such a person. I live in a coastal city.
Do you really want to know?
Yes!
Dekker's eyes used to glaze over whenever we talked about that. He didn't believe in quantum physics. As if it's something that you can optionally believe in. Well, it started with an experiment.
What experiment? Maybe I threw an S and the parser did not like it.
Have you heard of
It was
quantum
the S.
suicide, Doctor?
Also, what is quantum suicide? They think if you just expose people to the thing they're allergic to, they'll develop immunity. The delivery boy at the pizzeria near your office thinks if you just expose people to the thing they're allergic to, they'll develop immunity. What? I would feel like someone who works in a restaurant should be extra careful about allergies, even if he's a delivery boy, and like not hands on with the food. All right, have we heard about quantum suicide? Avoid exposing babies to peanuts was a thing. I did hear about that. I'm going to say no, we have not heard about quantum suicide.
Quantum suicide is a thought experiment that tries to explain the many worlds theory. You're looking at me blankly. I can see that you don't understand. I knew you wouldn't.
That's why you have to explain it.
Alternate universes. Essentially, if I were to shoot myself, then in some alternate universe, I'd still be alive. Now imagine if I could actually choose that universe. I'm taking a product off a supermarket shelf. Well, I simply applied that logic to something different.
Sir, I am a little concerned. In which universe are you suiciding your liver? The latest quote from that delivery boy is, "I do not fear invisible, non-existent things like virus or wind." That's when you punch him in the diaphragm and reassure him wind isn't real. Hi, Angel. You've come in at a very interesting conversation, both in chat and in game. How are you doing today? I'm being a little mind baffled by this dude. Both the dude that Koyas is talking about and the dude we have on screen.
Quantum suicide is a thought experiment that tries to explain the many worlds theory. You're looking at me blankly. I can see that you don't understand. I knew you wouldn't. Alternate universes. Essentially, if I were to shoot myself, then in some alternate universe, I'd still be alive. Now imagine if I could actually choose that universe. I'm taking a product off a supermarket shelf. Well, I simply applied that logic to something different.
Mr. Different is less of a weirdo.
Gambling. I set up an experiment whereby I would visit a casino and place a very large bet at a roulette table. Now, I would always bet on odd. Now, the results of this particular experiment were mundane. I won as many times as you would expect according to the laws of probability. But then, I changed a parameter.
You know, we said no to the guy who wanted us to help him cheat at gambling in Mass Effect, and this is coming to bite me in the ass, isn't it? Will is very interested, because for Will, it's just a short drive over to Las Vegas.
Quantum suicide required a loss of life to make it a realistic thought experiment. So I simply upped the stakes. Every time I bet on odd, I would place everything I had on that one spin of the wheel, and it worked. Well, for a while.
Did you go bankrupt?
No, I don't know anything about that.
Okay, we have to use exact phrasing. Ugh.
Dr. Dekker killed it, and I can't get it back.
That seems very much like Motive, except for the fact that he is not one of our main characters.
Well, my theory, quantum gambling. If the stakes are high enough, you will win every time by simply shifting your consciousness into that branch that wins. It's tricky, but it can be done. Dr. Dekker didn't like that. He saw me becoming rich and powerful, and he hated that. That's why he proffered the hangman's paradox.
Yeah, why did he come to Dr. Dekker anyway? Why did you come to see Dr. Dekker anyway?
Nope. I think you're going to have to Google that.
I think he might be more hip than the people using Vines. Alright, what's the hangman's paradox?
Well, imagine a judge sentences you to death. Now, it will be Monday or Tuesday next week, but it will be a surprise. Well, which day do you think you'll be executed?
That's a question we actually have to answer. So, as always, which day do you want to die, chat? Monday or Tuesdays? Or Monday. Monday hasn't come by today, so it's a very good thing that he's not here to see Will saying he hates Mondays. Colonel Cap is smart. Colonel Cap says neither. Chad is very invested in picking a date to die. You're expecting one of the two. Yeah, so it's like obviously he's going to be like, "Oh, I see I fooled you. It's not Monday, it's not Tuesday." Neither because escape from prison on Sunday. Pancat has galaxy brain. Also, dude, if you're rich, can you share some of that shit with us? We could use some money. So we can stop listening to you guys. Sorry, I am okay. My my headphones slipped, so I was readjusting them. Unfortunately I have a headset. He's poor because the thing stopped working. Well, he can quantum theorize himself into the universe. Now that Dekker's dead. You need money to break into the Canadian border. Then dig a tunnel, then walk all the way over to the East Coast. I don't think they're letting us over. Like, you have to go to Maine. Because they're sure as hell not letting anyone out of New York. Even though we also have Niagara. We have the worst Niagara. Alright, anyway. Let's try Wednesday first. Wednesday.
Perhaps ask me something physics related.
Okay, he does not accept Wednesday.
Well, Monday does seem likely, yes. Because if you're still alive on Monday at midnight, then Tuesday won't be a surprise. But if you're sure that it's Monday, then that won't be a surprise either, will it? Dekker tricked me.
You seem very angry at a dead man, sir.
He told me that sometime in the future I would lose a bet, that I would lose all of my money. Now, this didn't seem likely because I had quantum gambling on my side and it was working. But he unnerved me. He made me doubt myself. And then it happened. Recently, I lost everything that I'd managed to build up since Vanessa left me.
See, that seems like more of a problem. Oh no, it's just so logically only Saturday would be the surprise. Tell us about Vanessa.
We were married for 14 years, 7 months, and 3
counts.
days. Vanessa couldn't have children. At least that's what she told me. She grounded me in reality. I'm not complaining. It's probably what I needed. But part of me always thought that one day I'd achieve immortality through science and we'd be... It wasn't to be, though.
I mean, you counted the years. Yeah, he's a gambling addict. Let's try it, actually.
Are you sure that question's for me?
He's not responding to being an addict. You wanted children.
Well, yes, it bothered me. Especially now that I find out that she's pregnant. Oh, no, it wasn't a rocket scientist that was required, but a brain surgeon, it seems. I have considered putting that neurosurgeon onto his darkest timeline. But I'm not a killer, it would seem.
He wants to curse a neurosurgeon. This is like high school level things, man. Yeah, maybe you were the problem. What were you doing on Valentine's Day? We should ask that, huh?
I was at a fundraiser for a
Oh,
charity
there it is
called
again.
Mindstretch Outreach. Don't know how I got roped into that, I can't remember. But it was full of very clever children with bizarre outlooks on life. And Jaya. It was Jaya who asked me to go.
Jaya knows about Mindstretch Outreach.
It's full of poor kids with very capable minds. I did give them a talk on quantum tunneling once, and they loved it. Not sure it'll put dinner on the table for any of them, though.
Only reading too much Homestuck with this darkest timeline talk. Right, well, we're in this tunnel now. So, tell us about quantum tunneling.
Oh, you're going to have to Google that, Doctor, I'm afraid. I'm not a walking Wikipedia. I'd love to tell you, but I am paying you by the hour. Maybe look up Schrodinger's cat whilst you're there.
Dick! We know what Schrodinger's cat is. Ask about the darkest timeline. Tell us about the darkest timeline.
Do you know, you remind me of Dr. Dekker. He always used to ask me questions I didn't know the answer to.
Boy, maybe look up how to please a woman. You're very happy to say that you've never read Homestuck and know only the vaguest things about it. No, that I only read like what, 4 or 5 pages of it, and I've never really been able to get into it. It's so involved. He did bring it up. He did say something about Jaya as well.
Oh, she's Dr. Dekker's lovely assistant. I imagine she's your lovely assistant now. Yeah, she always smiles and makes me a cup of tea before a session. Smile. Which reminds me, my session. Can we talk about my problem now?
We talk about my problem now. He's not wrong, but also that was funny. What is your problem? We're not even making this a question. What is your problem?
I'm not a gambler, Doctor. I'm a scientist. I need more money. It's true I've run out of money for my research. An opportunity has arisen.
You can be both a scientist and a gambler. The blue shirt gives you a weird headache, Robbie? I think he has more problems than not being able to figure out how to make a lady happy. I can't find it, the breasticles. Tell us about your research.
Quantum gambling. It's a pet project. It's got nothing to do with work. But if I don't have significant amounts of money to lose, then there won't be enough jeopardy for the experiment to work.
No, man, you're just an addict at that point. Tell us about your lack of funding.
I don't know.
You need funding.
Perhaps ask me something physics related.
Do you need money?
No, I don't know anything about that.
I cannot make the pound sign on my keyboard.
Maybe if you ask me that in a parallel universe, I actually know the answer.
There was something else highlighted.
I'm not a gambler, Doctor. I'm a scientist. I need more money. It's true I've run out of
Research?
money for my research. An opportunity.
Opportunity. Yeah, we hit research already, so the other one was opportunity. Do you need the dough? Would you like cookie dough or bread dough? You just can't just take handouts. It's not enough money. Tell us about this opportunity.
A very wealthy group of individuals have offered to pay me a very large sum of money if I attend their next private soiree. They don't want to talk or anything like that. They want a practical demonstration.
What sort of practical demonstration?
They'll pay me £1 million if I can successfully survive 6 rounds of Russian roulette. Now, I am worried because of what Dr. Dekker said, but, well... I can't help but thinking that the stakes are so high I can't possibly lose. What do you think, Doctor? Should I take them up on their offer?
Does a revolver not usually only hold six canisters? Even if you only put one in there, after the 6th round, you're guaranteed to fucking die. So we are talking to ghosts. I see 3 no's and 2 yeses. He dies in literally every timeline where he tries this. I don't know if he has super high school level luck. But, no. Maybe don't take part in demonstrational suicide. Oh, okay, suicide goes to that. Oh, Greedy, you missed that?
They'll pay me £1 million if I can successfully survive 6 rounds of Russian roulette. Now, I am worried because of what Dr. Dekker said, but, well, I can't help but thinking that the stakes are so high I can't possibly lose. What do you think, Doctor? Should I take them up on their offer?
Greeny's like, fuck this, and brings it up to an even 3-3 for no and yes. No, don't take them up on their offer, you nitwit. Someone give me an appropriately British insult for this. You codswallop.
No. No, I suppose you're right. In a darker timeline, you probably said yes and I'm dead now. I earn good money where I work. How do I stop losing it?
You stop losing it!
That's a real Schrodinger's cat. Can you simplify that for me?
Look, Mr. Quantum Physicist. I'm not sure how much more I can simplify you stop gambling for you. You give me the money.
Nope. I think you're gonna have to Google that.
Do not gamble.
I don't really know what you're getting at.
Stop.
I'm not aware of that.
Spoken like a true addict. I just realized that it includes the UCOD swap in the saved responses. He is not aware of stop. Yes, try investing.
I don't know.
He is shaken and not stirred. How am I supposed to tell you stop?
No, I suppose you're right. In a darker timeline, you probably said yes and I'm dead now. I earn good money where I work. How do I stop losing it?
You stop losing it.
I take your point. But I suppose to decide whether to continue gambling or to stop gambling is a gamble within itself, isn't it? Well, my time is up. Will we be having another session or... No, don't answer that. It'll turn you into a gambler like me. Infectious. Isn't it?
You sit your ass back down on that couch. Warwick, you get back there. We're not done with you. He just fucking left, yeah. He's just gone. Alright. I was actually going to put it to a poll, but I realized we have a lead. We have Claire. Gabe wants us to talk to Claire. So, Claire.
I'm getting tired of all these questions. I'm getting tired of everything.
You killed David, didn't you? You're glad I'm playing this because it's fun to watch, but your patience for playing it would have run out.
I can see you're confused. The police say that David is dead, fatally wounded when I stabbed him. The coroner says that David is dead. Everyone says that David is dead. There was even a funeral. But I know he's alive.
Lady? Lady? There was a funeral. You fatally wounded him. Yeah, you better explain yourself. You just said you stabbed him. People die when they are killed. Where do we start? Tell me. Sorry. Sorry, chat. I need to remember you're here. Because Jasmine knew you were here. Tell us about steak knives.
Try asking me something I might know.
It's in the arrest report. It says steak knife. Maybe I had to do singular. Tell us about the steak knife.
The steak knife was the closest, sharpest weapon I could lay my hands on. I didn't really have much time to think about it.
Why did you stab him? Yes, that's a very good question, Robbie.
David wanted to have a talk about our relationship. Not something any married person wants to hear. He said he'd been with Iris for about a year and that he loved her. He said he didn't love me anymore. Which I know is a lie. You don't just fall out of love with somebody. I reacted badly. I grabbed the nearest weapon I could find, which happened to be the steak knife, and stabbed him with it. There was so much blood. I instantly regretted it. So, I fixed him.
First off, reacted badly is the biggest understatement you've made to date. To date? Second, you fixed him? See, I knew this was coming, but I forgot that she phrases it like that. She fixed him. Hi, Monday. You missed the part where we all said we hate Mondays. And now, let's go back
David
to this.
wanted to have a talk about our relationship. Not something any married person wants to hear. He said he'd been with Iris for about a year and that he loved her. He said he didn't love me anymore. Which I know is a lie. You don't just fall out of love with somebody. I reacted badly. I grabbed the nearest weapon I could find, which happened to be the steak knife, and stabbed him with it. There was so much blood. I instantly regretted it. So, I fixed him.
She used duct tape and WD-40. Yes. Just twisted in a couple loose screws. It ruined my rug. Oh yes, it totally. Can't get those bloodstains out. A steak knife is for cutting steaks. David, it's not steak, ergo I could not have stabbed him. He's fine. Congrats on eating normal food again, Monday. Yeah, that does sound like a good birthday. What do you mean? Fixed him.
It was about a week later. I brought David back to life. Not with voodoo, not with virginal sacrifice. I just willed it to happen, and it did. Dr. Dekker told me it was possible, but only if you're not buried. He says once you're in the ground, there's no coming back. But until then, you have a chance at resurrection.
Dr. Dekker, what kind of bullshit did you put in this lady's mind? So, Dr. Dekker said that. Huh.
I don't know what you're after, but I don't know anything about that.
He used a thought leech on her. Lacey did her thing. We're getting mom back. We're gonna use human transmutation, Al. Might lose like an arm and a leg and your entire body. Dekker isn't buried, that's true. Wait, no, he is. He is, but the coffin felt empty.
Yes, resurrection. But now that I've seen the results, I don't think there's anything holy about it. I think reanimation is more an accurate term. Like, I'm an evil necromancer raising things from the dead.
You don't seem like the type of person to believe in holy shit. Yeah, she just dropped the word necromancer. Just put it out there. What are the results, man? Tell us about the results.
I think his brain was already decaying during the week that he was dead. Important bits. So when I brought him back to life, I didn't heal him completely. Just gave him life in the state he was in. I mean, he's hunting and killing things and trying to roast them on fires he can only light with matches, but that's about it. He's your basic Neanderthal. So I have a problem.
Claire is the queen of understatements. I reacted badly, so I stabbed my husband who was having an affair. I brought him back to life. But he doesn't really think straight. So he's hunting and killing things and trying to cook them to provide. And that is a problem. This game is much different than what you were expecting, having seen like only 20 minutes. Oh no, the game does not like drop you into this immediately. This is like day 3 now? It took 3 days to pry her problem out of her. We're just gonna parrot that back at her.
I'm being charged with murder because the police don't know he's still alive, and I can't get David to vouch for me for obvious reasons. I think it would raise quite a few more questions than answers.
Yeah,
which is why I'm hoping that you'd be able to help me.
She wants help.
I'm afraid I don't know the answer to that.
I'm asking for help. Get me out of here.
Think, Doctor, think. Use your brain. Or your notes if you have to.
Yeah, I'm thinking I don't want to be in the same room as you anymore. No, we have like a shit ton of stuff we can ask about. We can ask about the neighbor. We can ask about the blood. We can ask about the dead man. I think we already technically touched on husband and murder, but let's go with neighbor, and let's use the British spelling of it.
My neighbors seem far more interested in my business than they are their own. The lake house only has one house opposite, and it was on sale for some time. I suppose I should have bought it.
Wasn't the little girl one of your neighbors?
That's not relevant here.
Oh, okay, sure. Just shoot me down. Yeah, she's loaded. Her parents died while she was oh jeez, Claire's like so fucked up. Her parents died when she was young. left her with a humongous fucking inheritance, and she navigated life by fending off advances from suitors who were twice her age. And then she used her money to help her zombie husband start an optician business, and that led to him fucking his assistant. So it started off where you could have had sympathy for her. It really did. Like the whole she's rich and it's a little hard to trust everyone around her, and hey, look, her husband went off and had an affair. But then she reacted badly. Tell us about the blood.
It's a messy business, stabbing someone. You'd imagine that it would be like slicing into a pie with all the filling just slowly oozing out, but it's so much more dramatic, like popping a cork of a bottle of champagne. Blood sprayed everywhere.
Claire, I don't think we can help you. How is David?
I don't know, Doctor.
Just dozens of gallons of high pressure blood. Her husband was secretly a horror movie prop. She is very upset that he bled all over her carpet. It was such a nice shag rug, too. What happened to Iris?
It didn't happen. Dr. Dekker called me from his house to cancel. He was furious. He said that Iris had escaped and he blamed me for it. He said that I must have set her free after he told me about her.
Wait, what?
I knew it was all lies anyways.
What?
He was obviously titillating himself by reprimanding me. He knew I'd never want to speak to Iris again, so I couldn't prove it either way.
Game? Where'd you just jump us ahead to? Also, something I have not addressed, actually, is that the more we delve in with questions, there's actually like a hidden madness meter. And with like more answers that we uncover, we do get points added to that madness meter, which will also affect our ending. I think some of the achievements that have been popping up are related to that. But also, where did this just go?
It didn't happen. Dr. Dekker called me from his house to cancel. He was furious. He said that Iris had escaped and he blamed me for it. He said that I must have set her free after he told me about her. I knew it was all lies anyways. He was obviously titillating himself by reprimanding me. He knew I'd never want to speak to Iris again, so I couldn't prove it either way.
The images in the background on the wall have been changing. I definitely haven't been paying that much attention to the images, but I wouldn't be surprised. Well, this is the only one I've paid attention to, and it looks like it's got more splattered on it. Like just this specific one. Because someone, I'm not sure who, said it reminded them of lungs. What was Dr. Dekker doing?
Sorry. I don't know.
Yeah, I don't know how to link us into this thing.
That's what it says. I can see you're confused. The police say that David is dead, fatally wounded when I stabbed him. The coroner says that David is dead. Everyone says that David is dead. There was even a funeral. But I know he's alive.
I guess we can ask funeral and fatally wounded. I don't see that here at all. He was fatally wounded. Okay, that stabbed him. Tell us about the funeral.
He's buried at Hanley Church. You can go see for yourself. There's even a headstone. One of your other patients was a pallbearer. I never forget her face. You should ask him.
Why does Bryce keep getting brought up in these conversations? We don't want to hear about Bryce anymore.
Bryce was a pallbearer for David. He's also a grave digger, I believe.
Do you know what Bryce does?
Smuggling a body out of a funeral can be difficult, unless you pay the right people.
Did you pay Bryce? Did you pay Bryce to take the body out of the coffin? I should tell Bryce that Claire says he's been smuggling bodies. So you're charged with murder.
Considering the circumstances, I'd be grateful if you could see your way to declaring me temporarily insane at the time of the murder, to lessen my sentence. Because I'm not a killer, but I can't prove otherwise. You don't still think I'm a killer, do you, Doctor?
Do we think Claire is a killer? I mean, either way, it basically comes out as, yeah, she's a killer. It's just either she's a killer, and then she brought David back to life, or she's a killer and still fucking insane. Here's a poll shot. Did Claire do it? You still get put in jail. It's true. You do get put in jail for attempted murder. Claire is totally type to say, well, I said sorry. She is, isn't she? I don't know if the temporary insanity defense would be good enough for this, though. In the meanwhile, we could totally go over to Bryson. You know what, let's do this. So I hear you're a grave robber. I want to do it before I forget.
No. You have an interesting aura, Doctor.
Bryce, what you doing now? Why are you talking about auras? Welcome back, Pancat. What did you miss? Claire found out her husband had been having an affair for the past year. And she reacted badly, her words, and stabbed him with a steak knife. And now she's trying to get her sentence lessened by having us proclaim she was temporarily insane. It's okay though, she fixed him. She fixed him. Her husband's not dead. Those are also her words. All right. Shit. I forget what the exact terms were, but it has to be yes. I think you're a killer, and no, I don't think you killed him.
Thank you, Doctor. So then you'll help me. You'll say I was temporarily insane.
Yet she also made him very, very, very disabled. Temporarily is not the word you'd use. Yes, you were insane.
Thank you, Doctor. That's all I needed to hear. From you or Dr. Dekker. But Dr. Dekker wouldn't do that for me. He wanted something else.
What else did he want? I think this is leading to whether we were like, what the fuck with Iris.
I don't know anything about that.
We might as well not piss this lady off. Yeah, that sounds like something we don't want to do. She's known to stab people. It'll nice to be alive, so no, she's not a killer. Yeah. There's already been one murder in this office. We don't need another. How are you doing, Toasted Puck? Nice to see you. What was the exact phrasing?
Thank you, Doctor. That's all I needed to hear. From you or Dr. Dekker. But Dr. Dekker wouldn't do that for me. He wanted something else.
Something else. We'll just parrot that.
Dr. Dekker teased me mercilessly about my alleged ability. He didn't believe I'd reanimated David. Once, he presented me with a dead mouse and commanded me to give it life again. I didn't, of course. It's not something I'd throw around lightly. He changed his mind about me eventually.
What?
And then he mentioned the girl.
Yep, we're getting to Iris. What changed his mind?
Dr. Dekker asked if I could prove David wasn't dead, so I took him to the lake house. He saw that I was telling the truth.
Wait.
I can take you to see him too, if you like.
Yeah!
Would you like to see David, Doctor?
Yes! Show us the zombie!
Yes, he did come back to life, but he's not a zombie.
Oh.
He looks like he always did. Just his mind is encumbered. There's no way back.
Semantics. Yes, we would also like to go insane. Such patient confidentiality. Your session is private between us, Claire. And then to Bryce. So, I hear you robbed the grave for Claire. There's too much work, but you're used to it. You can't wait until finals are over so you can bake more. That sounds exciting, Toasted Puck. I actually should probably bake something. I found that I need more sugar lately. For any number of reasons, but I would like more sugar in my life. I probably should have baked. I said I was taking yesterday off to do laundry. I slept. He's either a zombie or a vampire. So when do we see David?
That's not relevant here.
It is extremely relevant here. Show us David.
I don't know anything about that.
Give us zombie husband. It reacts to zombie. It knew players were gonna call it a zombie.
Very well. In our next session.
Yes! Can we just skip ahead to the next day now? None of you guys matter. We're gonna see a zombie. We're gonna see a zombie. Just all of you go home. Sessions are canceled. We need it to be the next day so we can see zombie David. Do I want a recipe for brownie cookies? Uh, my sister actually still has some frozen cookie dough, but send it over and I'm going to save it if you do, Green. It could be a Bambi. Okay, let's go back to whatever Dr. Dekker was doing here. Changed his mind, mentioned the girl.
He told me he'd locked up a girl in the basement of his house. Just for me. And he asked me to reanimate
He
her.
what?
It was Iris. I said I couldn't reanimate something that wasn't dead, and he said that wouldn't be a problem.
He what?
So I agreed. I just played along. I was hoping it wasn't real. I assumed it wasn't real. But he was offering me what I wanted. A temporary insanity diagnosis.
This is the first we've heard about a girl in Dekker's basement. But... And then that goes over to... this.
It didn't happen. Dr. Dekker called me from his house to cancel. He was furious. He said that Iris had escaped, and he blamed me for it. He said that I must have set her free after he told me about her. I knew it was all lies anyways. He was obviously titillating himself by reprimanding me. He knew I'd never want to speak to Iris again, so I couldn't prove it either way.
Well, that's all Green Star now. I love that the still is here, Codswallop. He's gone, but we can still see this.
No. No, I suppose.
That's why they find his first name. He's Dr. Sho Dekker. Dekker is how you anglicize Tucker. Never mind that Tucker is an Anglican name. Alright. There's not much here to ask her about anymore. So it's mostly about the paper spike that we're missing, I think.
A paper spike is an odd thing to use as a weapon. I suppose if it went directly into the heart, it might work. Or through his eye, or perhaps through the ear into his brain. Or was it just a frenzied, bloody mess of a murder? Do you know, Doctor?
Claire, you're way too into this. You're way too into this. We do know. I'm not sure we're supposed to tell you, but we're gonna tell you. It went into his heart.
He was stabbed in the heart. Then I'd say whoever killed him didn't want to leave any room for error.
You would know about that, wouldn't you? Let's see if we can't throw that in there.
I'm afraid I don't know the answer to that.
Maybe just basement.
I don't know what you're after, but I don't know anything about that.
Okay. She's definitely still red, because it jumps right back here once we've exhausted everything. So there's something else that we're missing here.
That's what it says. I can see you're confused. The police say that David is dead, fatally wounded when I stabbed him. The coroner says that David is dead. Everyone says that David is dead. There was even a funeral. But I know he's alive.
We hit funeral too. And
If David doesn't exist,
there we go.
then that means that I really did kill him. He really is buried, and I really should be going to prison for a very long time. That just doesn't seem right to me. It's more probable that I reanimated him
Really?
under Dr. Dekker's guidance.
It doesn't seem right to me that I should be going to prison for a really long time. So it makes more sense that I brought my dead husband back to life. We did not ask about the funeral. We did. Right here.
He's buried at Henley Church. You can go see for yourself. There's even a headstone. One of your other patients was a pallbearer. I never forget her face.
And that led
You should ask
into,
him.
hey, Bryce, we hear you're a grave robber. Did we ask about fatally? I think that jumps into a different question.
Think, Doctor, think.
No, she's reacting that way because I typed a 7 in there or something.
I'm getting tired of all these questions.
Okay, no, she just doesn't like
I'm
fatally.
getting tired of everything.
She just doesn't like the fatally. Because we've asked... Oh, yeah, it was a question mark. It wasn't a 7. And if you say fatally wounded... it says we've asked that already. And here, why did you stab him? You don't remember the funeral coming up at all. The funeral, it happened at Henley Church, and Bryce was one of the pallbearers, and...
Smuggling a body out of a funeral can be difficult, unless you pay the right people.
That. That. Did you pay Bryce? Who did you pay?
I don't know, Doctor.
Smuggling bodies?
Sorry. I don't know.
What else can we hit?
The steak knife was the closest, sharpest weapon I could lay my hands on. I didn't really have much time to think about it.
Why didn't you think about it?
Try asking me something I might know.
I think that's something you would know.
I don't know, Doctor.
Why did you stab him? I know I already asked. I asked literally that exact same question already, actually. Yeah. Where did you stab him? Apparently we are not able to find out if if she stabbed him in the kitchen. Why was the steak knife the closest thing? Yeah, it won't do that. Let's focus on
Yes,
this.
resurrection. But now that I've seen the results, I don't think there's anything holy about it.
Results?
I think reanimation is more an accurate term. Like, I'm an evil necromancer raising things from the dead.
Let's try necromancer. So you're a necromancer.
David was dazed and confused when I brought him back to life, as you'd expect. He was scared. He didn't want me to go near him at first, which is understandable, as I did kill him.
There you go, saying
But
you killed him again.
I didn't really succeed in bringing him back. He wasn't a big talker before, but even monosyllabic words were more than what he seemed able to give me.
David no longer to say things like yes or no. Only just grunting. Yeah, we did talk about results. Zombie noises increase. He's not a zombie. She gets very offended if you call him a zombie. Does he talk?
That's not relevant here.
Everything is relevant. We're about to meet a zombie. We need to know how to be on our best behavior for the zombie. Not zombie noises increase.
Dr. Dekker asked if I could prove David wasn't dead, so I took him to the lake house. He saw that I was telling the truth. I can take you to see him too, if you like. Would you like to see David, Doctor? I don't know what you're after, but I don't know anything about that.
She's still red, and I'm trying to figure out why she's still red. I am just going to unabashedly use the hint, though, because I proudly state I suck at games. So, what have we not asked, game? Have you seen your arrest report? Oh, we haven't asked how are you today. We got straight into it. We can't have polite conversation with a zombie, chat. We didn't even have polite conversation with a human. We did not ask, how are you today? We have failed at human interaction.
I've been to the lake house regularly, keeping an eye on David. I saw the girl again, the one I told you about. She was playing outside.
You're pretty sure we started with so, Claire. Yes, we did in fact start with so, Claire. Here it is. Yeah, so, Claire. There was one more question.
It makes for interesting reading, doesn't it? I can tell you're dying to ask me about it. Fire away.
That was useless. She mentioned the little girl. How is the little girl? I think I asked this before.
I don't know anything about that.
I want to know.
I've been to the lake house regularly, keeping an eye on David. I saw the girl again, the one I told you about. She was playing outside.
How is the girl? Let's try that.
I'm getting tired of all these questions. I'm getting tired of everything.
You can't stab yourself, Claire. You can't bring yourself back to life. What was she playing?
Sorry. I don't know.
Okay, fine. Welcome back, Monday. You did not miss the zombie. The zombie is apparently tomorrow. So we have to get through all of these other people first. Or can she? Maybe she can. Well, it seems like we should go for Bryce. Because Claire has so helpfully led us to Bryce. So he can have basic human niceties.
Hello, Doctor. I've been thinking about our last session, and I just wanted you to know that I'm not a bad person. I know taking naked photographs is wrong, but you don't know what it's like until you face the same temptation. I'm assuming you don't know what it's like. Do you have an extra hour, Doctor?
Wow, he just went right into it. Bryce. I do not have an extra hour. I would not want to use that extra hour to take photos of naked people. I would sleep. No, we just take bribes. Yeah, I would sleep, Bryce. I sleep through my extra hour.
I don't know.
Are we lying and saying, yes, we have the extra hour? Or video games for an extra hour. It's true. When I stream on weekdays, and the stream crosses over right before midnight, because a lot of them have been doing that lately, you're all frozen in there with me for an extra hour. We don't have an extra hour. Or do we? You know what fucking time it is. Do we have an extra hour? How badly are we fucking with Bryce? You were going to say no, but then I put magic in the other answer. I'm sorry, I've clearly confused you, Angel. Well, in the meanwhile, though, let's get that question over with. Oh, okay, that was all covered in hi, Bryce. We apparently did not say hi to Claire. Have you seen a paper spike in this office?
Dr. Dekker frequently used that paper spike on his desk as an example. I'm sure he did it with the other patients too. He'd make me look at it, touch the point to see how sharp it was. He'd tell me that because I think it's sharp, it will hurt me. But if I thought it was nothing, it could pass right through my hand.
That sounds like abuse, Bryce. That sounds like abuse. So did he stab you with it?
That means nothing to me. Yes, Vienna.
Yes, Vienna. So is it sharp? Yeah, the poll is
In the
not
last couple
helpful.
of sessions I had with him, he put the spike through his hand. He'd be grinning at me while he was doing it. No blood, no nothing. He tried to make me do the same, but I wouldn't.
Yeah, Actually, I'm a little curious. Where's the... Okay, that's cleared out for Claire. Alright. Thanks a big fucking lot for your help, chat. Let's mess with him. Yes, I have an extra hour.
You're playing games with me, Doctor. I was going to tell you what I know about the murder weapon, but now, well, now you just have to go without.
Really, Bryce? Really? Just because I sleep through my extra hour doesn't mean I don't have an extra hour, Bryce. Tell us about the murder weapon.
No, sorry.
No, you don't get to do that. Murder weapon.
Is that supposed to mean something?
What is the murder weapon?
In simple terms, I've got nothing to say.
Are you being a shitter? What if we say no? It already counts us as having answered the question. Like, I think... To break immersion for a bit, not that we've had much immersion anyway, I think saying yes or no activates a flag. So we can't go and say, no, we don't have an extra hour.
I don't know what you're getting at.
Did I type that right? No, I put a slash in there.
I've nothing interesting to say about that.
Yeah, the flag's been activated, so we can't answer that question anymore. I just wanted to see what you would say. We're doing it.
Don't know.
Bryce. You shitter.
That means nothing to me. Yes, Vienna.
His shoulder is sore from bashing someone with an alleged murder weapon. He thinks his shoulder is sore. We're gonna make something about him much more sore if we get the chance. Just slam his head into the wall for taking pictures of naked ladies. Bryce is still red. So... can we 6 stabby lady on him? She can always revive him. How's being a bad person going?
I don't know what you're getting at.
You are a bad person, Bryce.
Is that supposed to mean something?
Yes, it means you're a shitter. Do you know David?
No. You have an interesting aura, Doctor.
Do you know Claire?
No. Sorry.
How's work?
I put my hand through a rusty nail at
There
work
we go.
today. It hurt like hell and bled like I'd been shot. I closed my eyes and thought, this isn't happening. The nail is just a worm, and it will wriggle through me. When I looked back, can you guess what I saw?
Well? He's got tinnitus. Not tetanus. He's got a ringing in his ears because he got stabbed with a rusty nail. The worst time, the darkest timeline. No blood?
When I looked back at my hand, it was healed. Look, see?
Congrats, you're magic.
I shouldn't really say miracle or magic. They're words that Dr. Dekker used when he tried to get you to think things and make them real.
Is that not what you did there?
Do you think it's real, Doctor? That magic is real?
So you're saying if we stab you with a steak knife, you'll be fine. He's got dipshit theoria. Dipshit theoria sounds much more accurate than diphtheria. Okay. I'm magic. Yes, magic is real.
Then so it is. Close your eyes. Imagine you're in a graveyard.
Why are we closing our eyes?
Looking at the gravestones. One catches your eye. So you take a picture of it. A picture that you now have.
Okay. 1875 to blank year. Oh, okay. That happened, chat. That happened, and Dekker has lived. This game came out in 2017, so Dekker has lived for over 100 fucking years. Where did this photo come from?
I've nothing interesting to say about that.
You magicked it into our inventory. All right. Let's see if we can use this exact phrasing. I can copy paste that.
I have absolutely no idea what you're talking about, Doctor. I saw Claire Castleford's husband in the coffin myself before carrying him to the grave. He is in the ground. I'm sure it wouldn't take much for the police to get an order to have him exhumed. Just make sure it's done on Tuesday morning when I'm off.
He's very pragmatic about that. Look, if you need to do this, do it. Just make sure it's not when I have to be working. You were half expecting him to attack us when we had our eyes closed. Yeah. Just go ahead, strip the new doctor naked, take a photo. Right? It's just that at the same time it came out. They have definitely been talking about Google and Tinder and Vines, as in the thing that was bought by Facebook and shut down. Not Facebook, by Twitter and shut down. So it's safe to say this takes place in the 2010s. Oh yeah, they mentioned Wikipedia too, I guess. They've been talking about Vines. Capital V Vines, not little ghost boys shooting us with rose thorns vines. How's your hand?
I don't know.
In all fairness, people still watch. That's true. Like ProZD is still putting up his Vine compilations, I think. What else can we ask him about? Cause we hit the paper spike. We touched this. Actually, did you bury David?
I'm actually a classically trained pallbearer. There are a lot of health and safety considerations. Not everybody can do it. Well, properly at least. Occasionally I step in if the funeral director is short-shouldered. I do remember her face. She wasn't upset in the usual way. She seemed agitated. Her husband must have been a giant. The coffin was so heavy. I remember because aft portside sprained his ankle.
Aft portside is
he
a
wasn't
name.
lifting correctly.
Well, first off, I have learned that you can be a classically trained pallbearer. He was second chair in primary school. I did not know you could describe pallbearing as a profession. You could distinguish training in pallbearing. Half portside better not work on a boat. Actually, tell us about aft portside.
I find using nautical terms to describe the position of pallbearers fitting. Plus, most of them are 3 sheets to the wind. You know, drunk.
So aft portside is not his name, was just his position. Do you drink, Bryce?
Don't know.
What do you mean you don't know? Do you drink on the job? You wouldn't have minded some training. You showed up for your grandma's funeral and they were like, hey, Guinea, you're pallbearer now. Did that... Now you can put that on your resume, Guinea. How's your shoulder?
In simple terms, I've got nothing to say.
How is Jessica?
Jessica is a beautiful woman. I've not spied on her since the incident we talked about. I have real feelings for her, Doctor. We've never connected.
You have a crush, my dude. It's okay to have a crush. It's less okay to undress your crush and take pictures of her without her knowledge. Why haven't you connected?
Thank you, Doctor. Thank you. It's nice you think I'm capable of such basic interaction with females. But I'm still in awe of her, really. I will think about it, though.
That's a line. It's nice you think I'm capable of such basic interaction with females. This guy goes on incel. On incel forums.
When I looked back at my hand,
Okay, what are we missing
it was
here?
healed. Look, see? My hand had healed. The nail had become a worm and was wriggling in my palm. It was like a little miracle. Like magic.
We could probably use that word magic. First thing you would tell him, please don't use the word female. Oh no, I would like to use that like all the time with him. We've hit everything for Bryce. There's no green stars. But he's pissed at us. So he doesn't want to tell us about the murder weapon. What murder weapon?
In simple terms, I've got nothing to say.
Do we have to apologize or something? Sorry, Bryce.
Don't know.
I'm sorry you're a dipshit.
I've nothing interesting to say about that.
Say I mean it. I mean it.
That means nothing to me. Yes, Vienna.
How's your midnight hour?
I don't know.
Maybe if I just said that. Midnight hour?
Is that supposed to mean something?
It's the term you came up with yourself. Okay, game. You win. Wait. Hooded figure. I think that probably follows from this.
I spied on Dr. Dekker, not long before he was murdered. I'm not sure I should tell you what I saw in his basement.
This connects back to Claire. What did you see in his basement, you pissant?
I'd been feeling uneasy with Dr. Dekker for some time. I mentioned how he'd changed before, so I began spying on him at home.
You what?
One night, the basement door was open, and Dekker was returning upstairs. I skipped past him, and there she was, a girl. It was difficult to tell. It was dark, and she was chained.
Well, now we know where the, how she escaped. Also, we know that Dekker had actually chained up a girl in his basement, so what the fuck, Dekker?
No. You have an interesting aura, Doctor.
Either tell us about her aura, or tell us about the chains.
I don't know what you're getting at. No. Sorry.
Chained was... Chained was italicized.
Is that supposed to mean something?
It's not reacting to chained.
I'd been feeling uneasy with Dr. Dekker for some time.
Times were different in
I
1875.
mentioned how he'd changed before. So I began spying on him at home. One night, the basement door was open, and Dekker was returning upstairs. I skipped past him, and there she was. A girl. It was difficult to tell. It was dark, and she was chained.
Chained and girl are both italicized.
I removed the chains,
There we go.
dressed her, and sat her in the police station. There's no evidence, though. No evidence of what he'd done. But she was free. I saved her. I'm not evil. I destroyed evil.
I mean, you did good, Bryce. You really did. There we go. The girl in Dekker's basement was Iris. And then here, this is where we first would have heard about the girl in Dekker's basement. Why did you not take a pic? Doing a nice thing does not cancel. It's true. Doing a nice thing does not fucking cancel out your sex crimes. But let's give him his little ego boost.
I've nothing interesting to say about that.
Or don't take the fucking ego boost. Did you take a picture?
No,
Police.
I don't.
What am I taking from
I
this
removed
one?
the chains, dressed her, and sat her in the police station. There's no evidence, though. No evidence of what he'd done.
Maybe
But
evidence.
she was free. I saved her.
Evidence.
In simple terms,
No. Did we ask about girl by itself? He doesn't respond to that.
don't know.
He's just being pissy. Before when we saw the hint questions, it mentioned a hooded figure. The thing is, we haven't brought up the hooded figure in the conversation yet. Not sure how.
I spied on Dr. Dekker.
Spying on Dekker?
I didn't need an
There we go.
extra hour to realize Dr. Dekker was strange.
When did you spy on him?
That means nothing to me.
What else do you know about Dekker? Oh, okay. Did you kill Dekker? No, that's still that. So you went to the police station. Did you turn yourself in?
I don't know what you're getting at.
Honestly, I don't know what I'm getting at either at this point.
I'd been feeling uneasy with Dr. Dekker for some time. I mentioned how he'd changed before, so I began spying on him at home. One night, the basement door was open, and Dekker was returning upstairs. I skipped past him, and there she was, a girl. It was difficult to tell. It was dark, and she was chained.
Let's try Dekker at home. Home.
No, sorry.
Where does Dekker live? What did you dress her in?
That means nothing to me.
Yeah, you mean nothing to me either, Bryce. Okay. So, before the questions had who was the hooded figure and something about where did the hooded figure go? We haven't seen anything about a hooded figure in his responses yet.
I don't know.
Okay. Uh, but I may as well go with that. Are you still seeing things? Because he mentioned he was seeing things before.
In simple terms,
Okay, game. I guess I'm just gonna use meta knowledge here. Hooded figure?
I don't know who it is. My initial thought was that it was you. That I told you about my affliction and somehow you'd got it too. Now I think maybe it's the military or some organization that wants to use the hour themselves. Maybe it's Dr. Dekker risen from the dead. I need to talk to you about him.
Are you being followed?
No, sorry.
The military.
I'm surprised I haven't been approached earlier. I mean, my skills in the military. Special ops would be a breeze, wouldn't it? Waltz in past everyone during the midnight hour, get whatever you want, and return to friendly soil. It also makes me think that they might already know all of that, and that they want to get rid of me in case I tell anyone else. Would you do something for me if they get me?
It's the Grim Reaper asking you to chill the hell out. Bryce does need to chill. Yes, we will help you. You kinda need a lot of help.
I've nothing interesting to say about that.
How can I help you?
I don't know what you're getting at.
What can I do for you?
Don't know.
This actor is good at his job. He makes you want to punch him. Would you do something for me? He asks. What can I do for you?
Is that supposed to mean something?
I'm trying to figure out your goddamn thing here, Bryce.
I'm surprised I haven't been approached earlier. I mean, my skills in the military. Special ops would be a breeze, wouldn't it? Waltz in past everyone during the midnight hour, get whatever you want, and return to friendly soil. It also makes me think that they might already know all of that, and that they want to get rid of me in case I tell anyone else. Would you do something for me
That's bolded.
if they get me?
I will do something for you.
No.
I will do it. Or maybe, yes, I will.
I've nothing interesting.
Yes, I would.
No.
I'm at a loss here, honestly.
Is that
He's just giving me nothing. The full phrase, would you do something for me? Was bolded.
No.
Yes, I would do something for you.
Would you tell Jessica?
I can't
love
play
her.
this game without a chat.
She didn't really know me that well, but I did love her. And also, there's a hard drive in the bottom drawer of my drinks cabinet. Please destroy it. Please, don't look at it.
How about you destroy that right now, Bryce? What is in the hard drive?
There's a hard drive with all the pictures I've ever taken on it.
Oh yes, delete the fucking hard
The
drive.
one in the bottom drawer of my drinks cabinet. Don't let Jessica see it.
Don't be Iris. So you love Jessica? No, okay. Yeah, that just goes straight back there. The other question was, where did the hooded figure go? I can't type. Huh. Is there nothing else? Where did you follow the hooded figure? Okay. You go out for a half-hour walk / brief jog and I'm becoming everyone's accomplice? We gotta make everyone feel like they're special. If that means saying yes to a Christmas date with all of them, even though we can only pick one, then that's what it takes.
Whatever it is that's following me, it doesn't want to catch me yet. If I move towards it, it runs away. And when I follow it past temptations. A bar brawl, an open till, an open bedroom window. Like it's testing me.
Bryce, I have many concerns about you. Thank you for stopping by Monday. Have a good rest of Sunday. Tell us about temptations.
In simple terms,
why is a brawl a temptation?
I split the brawl up.
Okay. This is Persona now. This guy is Persona. This guy has a midnight hour, and he sometimes uses it for good, but more often than not, he uses it for sex crimes. Why is a till a temptation?
I did nothing. I'm not stealing anymore.
Well, we're proud of you for that, Bryce, at least. Why is a window a temptation?
I looked in.
He did something.
Watching other people is somehow built into our genes, Doctor. There was an old woman in bed. I went inside. Her bed covers were smoking. I think she'd fallen asleep holding a cigarette. I took the covers and put them in the bath. She'd have died otherwise. And no, I didn't take any pictures.
Thank you for answering the important question. Thank you for answering the important question, Bryce. You were referring more to Christmas dating everyone with Persona? I mean, he's basically Persona with his midnight hour. He actually calls it outright the midnight hour. We didn't deserve that sarcasm, though, from Bryce. That no, I didn't take any pictures. Dude, you've told us you've taken pictures in the past. Alright, I don't feel ready to handle Elin's bullshit. And we're missing Jaya and Mariana's magic powers. Whatever they may be. Let's talk with Mariana. Did we finally figure out what the fuck was up with Bryce? Um, no, we haven't, actually. He's been doing better. Even if he's sarcastic about it. Like, this was his actual response
I looked in.
to why is an open window a
Watching other
temptation?
people is somehow built into our genes, Doctor. There was an old woman in bed. I went inside. Her bed covers were smoking. I think she'd fallen asleep holding a cigarette. I took the covers and put them in the bath. She'd have died otherwise. And no, I didn't take any pictures.
Well, you don't have to be sarcastic about it, dude. Alright. Hi, lady.
I'm okay. Thanks for asking. It's rent day, and I always feel a little blue on rent day.
Do windows in England not have screens? How's he getting in? Apparently not. Rent day sucks.
Rent day is the day I pay rent to my landlady.
Tell us about feeling blue.
I pay my rent to a landlady. I don't own my own place. I'm just passing through.
Tell us about passing through. Why am I prying answers out of you?
I never stay in one town very long. I get bored too easily. Once you've seen the same faces over and over again, you move. Like I said before, I like to move around a lot.
How long have you been here?
Nope. Nothing.
Are you about to move?
I really don't know.
She moves around so she doesn't have to pay rent. Do you know anything more about Dekker?
Are we still talking about him? And I thought you were just interested in me, Doctor.
Mariana, there are other concerns. Have you seen a paper spike in this office?
Dr. Dekker used to put my checks on that thing. I guess someone thought they weren't getting value for money.
She wants a PhD. When she spends most of her nights on the beach, she does not need to to live in a house. That's fair. Checks?
I actually don't have a lot of money. Sometimes a therapy check would bounce, but Dr. Dekker would be okay with it. Oh, my checks are fine though, don't worry.
I mean, I pay for my therapy with a credit card. I don't know if it being paid for with checks is a very British thing. Do you have money problems?
I'm not broke. Men buy me drinks at bars though. Sometimes I'll get away with not paying at restaurants. Isn't that how it is for everybody?
No. No, that's not how it is for everybody, Mariana. Are her checks fine? Well, we haven't tried to cash any in yet, that we know. Do you drink the drinks?
You're not getting it.
Fine, you want to talk about restaurants. How is eating for free?
I don't know.
You keep saying you don't drink, but you keep bringing up drinking. It's true. Restaurants. Because that's the exact word she used.
I mainly like drive-thrus. I don't like crowds, and I find it difficult to stay in the same place for too long. I guess I'm a fidget.
Crowds are terrible, Mariana.
Crowds at nightclubs and bars are different. If the lights are dim, you can slink around without attracting too much attention.
I know a thing or two about fidgeting. Will is calling me out. Tell Will about fidgeting.
I don't know anything about that.
She lies. I wonder if it'll pick up on fidget. Yeah, it won't.
Crowds at nightclubs and bars are different. If the lights are dim, you can slink around without attracting too much attention.
That makes you sound like a thief, lady. Do you not like attention?
You will have to ask me something else.
Do you attract attention?
Sometimes I'll kiss a guy in a club, and then he just follows me. Wherever I go. It's creepy. I don't want everyone seeing that.
I've never been to a club. I stream on Twitch. Do I seem like someone who would go to a club? But I thought it was pretty universal that if you kiss someone, it kind of seems like you're interested in them. You wonder if that has anything to do with why she moves. Yeah, you think? Why must all the Chinese food places be closed? Are they all closed? Like, I know a good bunch of them are closed, but I actually went out grocery shopping for a little bit today, and we walked by a place that had their doors open. Maybe we're just not in the right headspace. That might be true. I don't want to be in the headspace where I will kiss a random person in a club and then have them follow me. I'm sorry that the Chinese places around you are closed, Angel. Is there other food you can maybe get? Maybe don't kiss random guys.
I'm not a siren. It's just how some guys are. I tried it with a woman, too. She followed me. If a lot of people are watching, then it doesn't work.
Wait. Did it ever occur to you to just not do it? To just not kiss the people? Are you a sulky? If you're not a siren, are you a sulky?
I don't know about that.
Stop kissing people. Do people watch you when you kiss?
Try again?
Her mononucleosis demands that she kiss people. What else am I missing from attention?
Sometimes I'll kiss a guy in a club, and then he just follows me. Wherever I go. It's creepy. I don't want everyone seeing that.
They follow you.
They follow me. Wherever I go. Anywhere. Where do you think they follow me, Doctor?
To the bathroom? Do you kiss and then black out? That's a valid question. Serial smoocher alert. Over a cliff to the beach does she drown them.
I don't know.
They follow you to the beach. She doesn't want everyone seeing that, so there's someone she wants to see it. That is a very good point. Do you black out when you kiss?
I've had no blackouts, and I haven't been to the beach since our last session. But I think I will today. Do you want to come with me to the beach?
But we have plans to see the zombie husband. Yes, let's go to the beach. And then to the lake house afterwards.
Doctor, I think you're getting a little anxious. If you ever wanted to visit the beach, you can just turn up. It's not mine.
No, let's not go to the beach. Where do they follow you? Where do you go?
Try again?
I
They follow me. Wherever I go. Anywhere. Where do you think they follow me, Doctor?
To the bathroom?
You're not getting it.
They follow you home.
Yes. They follow me home. They're silent. It's like a trance.
Where have you gone, Cotton Eye Joe?
They're in some kind of trance, like zombies. But I don't know what they want.
It's almost like they black out. Did you eat their hearts to retain your youth? Yeah, stop kissing them. He keeps going back to that. Do girls follow you? Yeah, it goes back to that. What else am I
They
missing here?
follow me. Wherever I go. Anywhere. Where do you think they follow me, Doctor?
They follow you to the beach. This stream has just become us yelling stop at people. Honestly, stop would fix a lot of their problems. Stop gambling your fucking money away. Stop taking pictures. Stop stripping girls and taking pictures of them when they can't fight back. Stop fucking killing your husband and stop kissing people.
I really don't know.
She does not know where she goes. Do they go home?
I don't know about that.
Do they leave after they follow you?
Nope. Nothing.
Nathan in particular can just stop? Are you sure it's Nathan? Nathan who is burning his fiance's clothes to make the days move forward. Like, he doesn't have to burn all the clothes. He can just burn like one piece of clothing at a time if he really needs to burn something instead of donating it. Okay, Mariana, you got me. What happens after people follow you?
It depends where they follow me. If they follow me home, they bang on the door for an hour or so, then leave.
Okay, that's terrifying.
Other places, they just disappear.
That's equally terrifying.
I don't see them again.
No, we ain't done with you, Mariana. What do you mean disappear?
They don't just disappear into thin air. I think they return to the place I found them. But I've not run into the same person twice.
They return. You mentioned something beautiful because that did show up.
You've got a good memory, Doctor. Let's talk dreams. Sometimes I'll dream about a light. Deep in the ocean somewhere. I head towards it because it's warm and glowing, like a beacon. And when I'm at the bottom, it's the most beautiful thing. Like a welcoming sun. Like I'm home. And then I wake up.
Have you tried calling the police?
I don't know anything about
She doesn't
that.
know anything about the police. They hang on the door for an hour. Which couple with a weird kink follows you home to bang on your door? Are they in the undersea palace of the Ocean King, riding on the backs of turtles? Tell us about the light.
It's so beautiful. It calls me. It's like I'm in a trance. What does the dream mean, Doctor?
The dream means that you're an alien. Does she even like turtles? Do you like turtles?
You will have to ask me something else.
She is unable to answer that. Dreams don't mean anything. Oh, wait, we got a note here. Her dream could mean many things, a metaphor for her current issues. Maybe she's searching for something. Or maybe she's making it up. Well, let's try dreams don't mean anything first. The dumbass is important. Okay. Dreams don't mean anything, dumbass.
Try again?
She did not take kindly to dumbass. It's in your head.
I don't know about that.
It is literally in your head. It's a dream. Let's go with metaphor.
Yes, I suppose I follow that glow like people follow me. I still don't know what it means, though.
It means you're dreaming.
I really don't know.
Well, it says searching for something, so let's go with that. It means you're searching for something.
No. Nothing.
It means you're gonna get eaten.
You will have to ask me something else.
How's work?
I don't know anything about that.
You're being profoundly unhelpful, Mariana. We have basically, finished out Mariana, though. So... Jaya. How are you, Jaya?
I'm fine. I'm ready for my grief counselling. I emailed you Mariana's address. I don't know why you'd want it. I suppose you're going to start doing home visits now, like Dr. Dekker?
Wait. We what? When did we ask for her address?
Doctor, if you don't want it, don't text me and ask for it. It's all right. I don't mind doing menial tasks for you. Someone has to do them.
Yeah, no, you can give us that side eye. When did we what? Are we blacking out? We may be. So, can you go into my email and delete that? I guess not. It was worth a shot. Let's talk about your grief.
Grief is such a strange word if you keep saying it. Grief, grief, grief. It sounds like somebody's being whipped. And you're going to ask me how I feel today?
I thought we basically did, but okay. How do you feel today? Yeah, we basically did. Yes, I asked that already.
I don't know anything about that.
We were a patient of Dekker the whole time. Do you feel better? Do you feel okay?
That's a strange question to ask. Are you feeling all right, Doctor?
I'm honestly not sure because you just told me I asked for Mariana's home address and now I have this information.
Grief is such a strange word if you keep saying it. Grief, grief, grief. It sounds like somebody's being whipped. And you're going to ask me how I feel today?
Whipped, huh?
Oops, that was a strange thing to say, wasn't it? Whipped. Am I all whips and chains in the bedroom or dominant in the boardroom? Don't answer that, it's not a question. It's early days for a harassment suit yet, what with Ben's nervous shock already.
Well, I'm glad she's made that clear. What else are we missing here?
I'm fine. I'm ready for my grief counselling. I emailed you Mariana's address. I don't know why you'd want it. I suppose you're going to start doing home visits now, like Dr. Dekker?
Dekker did home visits?
I think you'll find there's more than one question there, Doctor.
Okay, that's right. He did home visits?
Yes, Dr. Dekker started doing home visits for Mariana. He said she couldn't concentrate properly in his office. I hope you're not thinking of doing the same thing. I need you right where I can see you.
Right, well, excuse me for one moment while... You had home visits?
Dr. Dekker suggested home visits. I think he was probably checking up on his investment. You're not thinking of doing home visits, are you, Doctor?
No, I don't want to do home visits.
That's good. I'm not sure I can afford any more of your time.
Also, what is this investment?
Aren't we all your investments, Doctor? All the time, all the energy you've invested in us? Seeing how we're doing, making sure we're growing correctly?
You have a very optimistic view of this therapy process, lady. Let's go back to Jaya. Yeah, this is our job. Shit. I don't remember the rest of her things.
Yes, Dr. Dekker started doing home visits for Mariana. He said she couldn't concentrate properly in his office. I hope you're not thinking of doing the same thing. I need you right where I can see you.
Where you can see me.
Checks and balances, Doctor. Somebody needs to be watching the watchman, so to speak. Make sure you're helping, not hindering.
So you're watching me. What do you mean by hindering?
He probably did his fair share of helping and hindering. He was definitely helping in the beginning, but then seemed to lose sight of things.
Randomly removing her glasses. She murdered Dr. Dekker with a paper thing on V-Day. You're calling it now Jaya's killer. Jaya is an option, actually. She's considered one of our main suspects. What did he lose sight of?
I think he was so overwhelmed by the patients he was getting. His curiosity just got the better of him. There was a definite turning point.
And what was the turn? Why do I have to keep prodding you for this?
Somewhere around the time Professor Alderby turned up, that seemed to unsettle him. And then we had a flood of extra weird patients. I think it was all too much for him. I think I misjudged him. I hope you deal with it better.
So this is Alderby's fault.
No, that's not it.
Tell us about Alderby.
Nope. Ask me another.
Be more helpful. You're my assistant. What else do you know about Dekker?
I honestly think that you're curing me with all this grief counselling. You know, we don't really have to talk about Dr. Dekker from now on if you don't want to. We had a connection, but it's gone now.
I am asking you directly about Dekker. I do want to ask about Dekker. What is this connection?
Dr. Dekker asked me to have dinner with him for Valentine's. I refused, obviously, because you don't sleep where you eat or something
You
like that.
don't shit where
But
you eat.
it was flattering, especially with competition like Mariana around.
Competition? Competition is an interesting choice of words.
Sorry, I didn't mean I was competing. I was happy Mariana was going out with him. I didn't want to be romantic with him. We had a stronger connection than that.
Mariana was dating Dr. Dekker. You know what? He doesn't even get the doctor title anymore.
I have no idea what they did and when they did it. I'm happy to keep it that way too.
Mariana won that competition, but it's meaningless now. Oh, she's better than Mariana because her connection was stronger. Let's focus on that stronger.
Dr. Dekker and I shared some philosophy. We'd both read The Cult of the Kinetic Mind, and we agreed with a lot of what it said. Have you read that book, Doctor?
Tell me about the cult of the kinetic mind.
In Cult of the Kinetic Mind, the author suggests that everyone is capable of psychokinesis and that the cult leaders specifically had these powers that turned their followers into disciples. It's not a fun read, but if you're into psychology, it's a blast.
Okay, we gotta go back to the psychokinesis thing, but she shilled for mind, for whatever the fuck it was. What is it? Mind stretch outreach.
I don't know everything. I know most things, but not everything.
How do you not know about mind stretch outreach? Charity.
Have you been taking notes in our session, Doctor? Perhaps you should check them?
I'm taking notes from other people's sessions to you. What is psychokinesis? Apparently, our doctor does not understand the power to move things with your mind. Morphogenetic fields. You're feeling like fucking Solid Snake right now with all these goddamn questions we're asking, and we're still not getting answers!
Psychokinesis is the ability to change the physical world without actually touching it, just by using your mind. It's not just about bending spoons. It covers all sorts of things like telepathy, telekinesis, telesabalas. Shoot me, I'm a Kojak fan.
You think that's her ability? Can you move things with your mind? Telephone. Ah, yes. Guinea has the strongest power of all. The telephone.
I don't know.
I can't... Alright, tell me about telekinesis. Tell us about telekinesis.
Like I said, all those cool things are in Cult of the Kinetic Mind, apart from Kojak, obviously. If you ever get a patient who thinks they can change the world with just their mind, then duck, just in case they can. But seriously, do a whole load of shrinking and make them better. Whether you believe in psychokinesis or not, you'll need to figure out your approach with those that do.
Okay, well, clearly Dekker believed in psychokinesis. And he made every single one of his fucking patients believe in psychokinesis as well. All of them. What about turning on the telly? Also a very important superpower. Do you have a superpower?
You're overthinking things. You don't need to ask me that.
I wouldn't need to ask you that if you would tell me. This is a very important question, Jaya.
Like I said, all those cool things are in Cult of the Kinetic Mind, apart from Kojak, obviously. If you ever get a patient who thinks they can change the world with just their mind, then duck.
Approach, that's right. The word here is approach.
But seriously, do a whole load of shrinking and make them better. Whether you believe in psychokinesis or not, you'll need to figure out your approach with those that do.
Summarize the book, woman. Tell us about Kojak. Apparently it just goes back to the same telekinesis thing. I'm trying to read the title of the book she's holding. Do we want to catch the killer at this point? It sounds like they did a good thing. It does, doesn't it? Dekker was fucking up with all his patients and fucking his patients. How should I approach the crazies?
How do you make people who think they have special powers better? Do you remain passive and support, encourage them, take them away?
It's a very good question, chat. How do we help the crazies who think they can bring their dead husbands that they stabbed back to life? All you're getting here is a TV series from 1973 to 1978. I haven't looked up Kojak, so I don't have a good answer for you, Angel. If her dead husband is alive, are we getting into the metaphysical now? Prescribe them all chocolate. I would give them chocolate instead of tablets.
That's not something I know about.
She doesn't know about chocolate. Let's duck away from that first, that question.
Dr. Dekker asked me to have dinner
Valentine's.
with him for Valentine's. I refused, obviously, because you don't sleep where you eat or something like that. But it was flattering, especially with competition like Mariana around.
She got invited for dinner on Valentine's when she should have been given chocolate. Tell us about Valentine's.
I didn't go out for Valentine's. I was at home. Wait. Actually, I did come up to the office at about 9. I'd forgotten a USB stick that had some files I was working on.
That's... She came at 9. Estimated time of death is 8:30 to 10:30. So you killed Dr. Dekker. Well, she never had an alibi.
No, that's not it.
They didn't have pics of naked ladies on it, Jaya. He fired her so she would sleep with him. That's basically what we're getting, because there is no reason for this listed on this. I mean, I don't know if England is at will, but essentially. Also, damn, that's really bright. Like, this screen, when it comes on, is really bright compared to this screen.
In Cult of the Kinetic Mind, the author
Everyone is
suggests
capable,
that
okay.
everyone is capable of psychokinesis, and that the cult leaders specifically had these powers that turned their followers into disciples. It's not a fun read, but if you're into psychology, it's a blast.
Is it a fun read, or is it not a fun read? These people need to wear socks at least. It is getting a little chilly here. I would like to put on some socks. I have like a pair of fluffy socks that I kind of want to wear now that you're mentioning it. Alright, well first, the important question. Does your USB drive have naked lady pictures?
I was cross-referencing the patient files for Dr. Dekker, and I copied everything onto a USB drive. I was terrified it had all gone missing. Can you imagine the trouble we'd get into if the patient files suddenly turned up on the internet?
Oh yeah, that would be pretty bad. That would definitely be bad. Everyone is capable, you say.
No, not at all in my experience. Dr. Dekker had an unusual number of patients who claimed psychokinesis. Either he'd been specifically looking for them or someone had been sending them.
Someone had been sending the crazies to us. She avoided the question. There could still be naked pics. It's true. She diverted the question. I can type.
It's entirely possible that someone is targeting this practice with psychokinetic patients. To what end, I don't know. It's no coincidence that most psychokinetic patients are diagnosed as insane, or at least temporarily insane. It's a handy diagnosis if you're facing criminal prosecution.
Like Claire.
Especially if it's for murder.
Like Claire. You're subtweeting Claire.
I don't know anything about that.
You don't know Twitter. Do you know Twitter?
Have you been taking notes in our session, Doctor? Perhaps you should check them?
2017 and she doesn't know Twitter. So, naked pictures.
Nope. Ask me another. How do you make people who think they have special powers better?
Let's
do
answer
you
this question.
Remain passive and support, encourage them, take them away?
So do we support the crazies? Do we encourage the crazies? Do we lock up the crazies? I mean, looking back at the particular crazies we have dealt with, they haven't really been doing much good, have they? Let's start with Lacey. Lacey's particular brand of crazy led her to possibly kill someone, the wife of a man that she was having an affair with. Jasmine's crazy. I mean, honestly, she didn't do anything with her crazy. Dekker told her to burn the place down. You kissed the crazies. Yeah, Mariana's crazy is, she's just getting people to follow her and scared shit out of her by banging on her front door for an hour. Claire's power is, in fact, largely irrelevant to the fact that she is a murderer. Yes. Yeah, I mean, you brought him back to life, but you killed him before you could do that. Elend's crazy seems to be a hand-waving for her thing for her. We've got our own problems with Elend and the whole I can decide how my patients should end their days. But she's like, I'm making them better, don't you see? I'm making it better because their families don't come to see them. Elend's crazy just kind of suits her perfectly well, really. Nathan's power is definitely his problem. He could do without that. And Bryce just needs support. He's doing better. It doesn't change the fact that he did bad to begin with, but it seems like he's doing better. I mean, assuming that everyone is telling the truth, because they're all in this fucking cult of crazy, he did a good thing by setting Iris free. Lacey's real name is clearly Iris. We kiss everyone.
You're overthinking things. You don't need to ask me that.
Apparently, we do not start by kissing Jaya. He also saved that one old lady, supposedly. Yeah. No, multiple old ladies. He saved an old lady from being mugged. He put the mugger on a bus, and then he undressed the lady and took a picture of her. But he saved that lady from being mugged. He just also did his own crime to her. Yeah, that's yeah. Um I don't think we want to encourage the powers cuz it kind of seems like they're all going wild with their own madness. So we'll passively support them. We support them?
Things could escalate. Building trust is one thing, but at what cost?
Then we lock them up.
That's a strange question to ask. Are you feeling all right, Doctor?
We hit the flag, so she won't take any other things now. Did we ask her about the paper spike? We have not asked about the paper spike. Tell us about the paper spike.
It's in that police report that I gave to you. You should really take a look at it.
Okay, I typed a backslash in there by accident, but it still went through. So apparently the slash does not matter. You came back to the office.
I don't know.
Did you kill Dekker? Did you kill him?
I don't know everything.
That's not helping, Jaya. You came here at 9.
That's not something.
That is totally something you know about. Okay. Oh, we keep forgetting about Ben. Poor Ben.
I think that's all settled now. We are agreeing to pay Ben £5,000 and he's agreeing not to say anything about what he saw.
What did Ben see?
He thought he saw a creature coming out of Dr. Dekker's mouth. But at least that's the reason he's given for not emptying the bins that night. Either way, it's not the kind of publicity that we need. Shiny, happy, sane people.
You know, when you phrase it like shiny, happy, sane people, that doesn't come out in the greatest light, Jaya. Speaking of shiny, happy, not sane people, you should not have joined this fucking practice. It's a little late for that now, Will. Hi, Elin.
I'm fine. Work's fine. Hilda's fading fast. Terry's Terry. Oh, you'd be pleased to know I don't have the locket anymore.
Yes.
I gave it back. All of it. Every single keepsake.
Yes, I do see you are missing a chain around your neck. I'm glad you gave it back. How did you give things back to the dead people? I hope you gave it to the living relatives. Tell us about the keepsake.
You told me to. Well, not in so many words, but you said I shouldn't have kept them. And what with Terry going around telling everyone I stole them, I didn't feel like I really had any choice.
You
The
see that
lockets,
grin?
the watch, the ring. But I kept the little bird Sarah Dekker gave me.
Wait.
I wasn't supposed to mention her.
Who is Sarah Dekker?
Dr. Dekker's mother. She was one of my first patients, but she died a while ago.
You treated his mother.
That doesn't really matter. Let's talk about something else.
No, it matters very much. Your first patient.
I've been a nurse for ages, but I've only worked at the nursing home for the last year. I tend to move around quite a bit. I get quite fidgety if I stay in the same place too long.
Why are you all fidgety? What else can I probe here?
Dr. Dekker's mother. She was one of my first patients, but she died a while ago.
What did she die of?
Sorry, I wish I could help.
Welcome back, Robbie and Greenie. So we found out that the nurse, the end-of-life nurse, Elin here, cared for Dr. Dekker's mother before she died. This is new information. This was not previously mentioned. Have we met? We have not yet met the zombie. We have to finish this day before we can meet the zombie. Did you kill Sarah Dekker? I don't think I can use Sarah
don't know.
Dekker.
Sorry.
Thank you for following, Crystal Maiden Punk. Yeah, it's mum. They're all in Britain. It's mum. It's not mom. Huh. Tell us about the keepsake. So that was the little bird. Tell us about the bird.
It was just a little china bird, sort of a yellowy blue pattern on it. I don't think it's worth anything.
Now that you know her job, her name seems super fake, end-of-life nurse. I don't think the actual term for it is end-of-life nurse. But her job as a nurse is to take care of people at the end of their lives. Alright, well, she talked about Hilda and Terry. So tell us about Hilda.
Hilda's nearing the end. She's been sleeping a lot, not eating much. She hasn't been that argumentative either. Although, she did give me a vicious scratch yesterday.
A scratch?
It was nothing. I was just trying to give her meds. It's hard, you know? I'm trying to help her, but she keeps fighting me. It'll be better after she's seen her daughter. I've decided I'm going to do it tonight.
Okay.
She hasn't got much time left.
1, that's a very manic look on your face. 2, how are you trying to help her? Okay. Don't do it tonight. Do what tonight? I know it's changing into her daughter, but...
You know the answer to that, Doctor. What have we been talking about? What can I do for Hilda that will make it all better?
You can leave her alone? Alright. If the game wants to give it to me.
That's the plan. I know. It sounds unbelievable, like I'm making it up. I wish I could prove it to you somehow. We could try shifting now. Think of someone you really love. It might help if you close your eyes. Are you thinking of them? Can you picture them?
That's cheating!
Okay. Hold on. Sorry. I don't think it's gonna work. On the bright side, that probably means you're not gonna die anytime soon.
So it did play a little video thing over her face. That sort of, I guess, was supposed to signify changing. But, you know. Yeah, that was a thing. That was an effect that happened. Tell us about Hilda's daughter. Tell us about the daughter.
I don't know anything about that.
How are you going to pretend to be her?
That's the plan. I know. It sounds unbelievable, like I'm making it up. I wish I could prove it to you somehow. We could try shifting now. Think of someone.
Okay, that just goes back to that. Tell us about shifting.
I feel like you're clutching at straws. Maybe you should take a break.
Elin, you're not helping. But Elin, you are special to me. It's worth the shot. How you doing, Crystal Maiden Punk? Thanks for dropping by.
Is that really what you want to talk about?
Yes, Elin. I am madly in love with you.
I don't know.
We're trying to make this into a dating sim. Please work with us. It only works if you help us here. You know? Yeah, we were totally rejected. Apparently, supposedly, it only works with dying people. So, who knows? You know? We're not being helped here. Her name is... Oh, your little friend. Duchess? What kind of animal is Duchess, Green? Well, let's ask about Terry. How's Terry doing?
Terry seems to have backed down since I gave the keepsakes back. Actually, it doesn't seem like she's been very well. Not her usual self. Maybe she's got a bug or something.
Duchess is a rose-haired tarantula. Hi, Duchess. Please stay on Greenie's keyboard. Thank you, Duchess. Anyway, so Terry's sick.
Ask me something else. That one's a dud.
Guinea is casually putting out a flimsy net for that Animal Crossing. For those bells. This still has an unsolved thing. Can only shift for dying people.
No.
Tell us about shifting.
I don't know.
Do you see dead people?
That doesn't really matter. Let's talk about something else.
Why didn't the shift work?
Sorry, I wish I could help.
Okay, first let's ask about the paper spike. Have you seen a paper spike?
true then. I'd heard Dr. Dekker was stabbed, but I didn't know for sure.
Oh shit.
It's weird that whoever did it would choose the paper spike.
Why is it weird?
Dr. Dekker used to play with it in our sessions sometimes. You know, pick it up, handle it while we talked. I remember once, he pushed the spike through his skin. At this bit, here, between his thumb and his finger. He said he didn't think I'd mind the sight of blood, being a nurse and all that.
Consent, Dekker!
Actually, there wasn't any.
He spiked his hand.
Well, I wasn't sure if it would still work. Sorry. It's just... I get a sense that...
Wait.
I probably shouldn't say, but... Well, just think what it would mean for you if I'd been able to shift.
I asked about one thing and I got an answer to something else. What else do you know about Dekker?
I feel like you're clutching at straws.
I am clutching at straws a little. I'm getting a little hungry. But I want to try and finish out Elin before we end the stream today. So... what else did Dekker tell you?
I don't know anything about that. Dr. Dekker used to play with it in our sessions sometimes. You know, pick it up, handle it while we talked. I remember once, he pushed the spike through his skin. At this bit, here, between his thumb and his finger. He said he didn't think I'd mind the sight of blood, being a nurse and all that, but actually, there wasn't any.
How do you feel about blood?
I was a bit freaked out. At first, I thought it was a trick. A magic trick, you know? Like some kind of therapeutic test. Show the patient this retractable spike and see how they react. But it wasn't. The spike was real.
Call her a nerd and run out of the room. Elin, you're a nerd.
I don't know. Sorry.
Maybe he didn't bleed because he was already dead. The spike was real, she says.
Dr. Dekker gave me the paper spike to try.
Did you spike yourself?
It wasn't fake. It was pretty sharp, actually. I don't know how he did it. He said he just thought that it wouldn't hurt him, so it didn't.
Alright, I think our last question is this thing. So, what do you say when you shift? Okay, yeah, that sounds important.
It's tricky. I mean, I'll sound exactly like Hilda's daughter, but I try and keep it vague because I don't become her. I don't know what she would really say. I say things like, it's okay, don't be scared, I love you, Mum, or I love you, Dad. But it doesn't really matter what their relationship's like because it's not really them.
I think it does matter.
Version.
The what?
Best, most loving version. That's what my patients want to hear. And maybe deep down they know it's not the truth, but it's got to be better than the reality.
So what is the truth? We can handle the truth.
Does it really matter if it isn't the truth? Isn't it worth it if it brings them peace? Tell me honestly, Doctor, do you really think that what I'm doing is wrong?
Is what Elin's doing wrong? Immediate yeses in chat. She's just providing comfort for her dying patients and then pretending that she could transform into their loved ones while she's at it. Wow, chat is a unanimous yes. If she had permission, then no, it's not wrong, but she doesn't, and it's a lie. It is very much so a lie.
So you're saying I should let Hilda die without seeing her daughter one last time?
Hilda's not even seeing her daughter if her eyes are closed. So just FaceTime. The excuse she's giving, Robbie, is that these loved ones never come to visit the dying elderly anyway. So that's why she pretends to be the loved ones, the sons, the daughters, to give them that comfort. So FaceTime is definitely, apparently, not an option for these people. But you know, neither is whatever the fuck is going on here. Yes, let Hilda die.
I don't know if I could do that, Doctor. I'd be letting her down. I'd have to think about it.
What's the point of coming to us if you're going to ignore whatever we say? Alright. Let's see if we can finish out Nathan so we can finish out... Oh, whoops. So we can finish out this day. And then we can move on to the next day.
I burned the photos of Hannah. It didn't work. I suppose because the loss was superficial. The next thing I burned was the rocking chair. That worked. I've been getting rid of her stuff ever since. There was a day when I attacked a Salvation Army bin, but I gave in.
You didn't need to burn the... We told you to not burn the chair. Nathan! Please! Why did you attack a Salvation Army bin? She's assuming that the people had good relationships with the people. No, she doesn't assume that. She does outright acknowledge that. I think there was one other person, Alice, that she used. Alice's son never came to visit her, so she figured Alice was lonely and pretended to be Alice's dead son. But she knew that like their relationship wasn't that great. But yeah, like all the assumptions going on there, that the patients would want their loved ones to see them in that state, and that the most important part is that she assumes the patients understand what's going on, and that's definitely not the case. The Extreme lied when he started talking about the Salvation Army bin. He said he almost attacked the Salvation Army bin. And I will be honest, I don't like the Salvation Army as an institution, but why did you attack it all the same?
I accidentally put Hannah's diary into a Salvation Army donation bin. They're like huge post boxes with a circular tray that makes sure things spill to the bottom. I tried to get in to get it back, but I gave up.
You put her diary in there. Why didn't you keep better track of her diary? Okay, no, that's like not a good therapist like thing. That's very much an interrogation thing. Like a therapist would be like, "I'm sorry, you lost her diary."
I read the last few weeks of Hannah's diary a while ago. I must have accidentally dropped in some clothes for the Salvation Army bin. It's funny, because I wasn't going to read it. She said she'd fallen out of love with me. That she was going to break off the engagement. that she didn't love me anymore. I regretted it.
Did Hannah go by the name Iris? He seems suspicious. He's he's been the most sympathetic one out of everyone so far. Well, out of all the main characters. But because so far it was more about him mourning the loss of his fiancée. And yeah, he does seem very sad. But he also wasn't very happy with Dekker. So, as someone who could possibly be Dekker's murderer, and Dekker was encouraging him to destroy Hannah's things, that does seem like a good motive. Tell us about regrets. Tell us about your regrets. I want to see if regrets will go through. It won't go through.
You've asked me that already. No. Wait, maybe that was yesterday. I don't know, anyway.
I have never used the word regrets until now.
I regretted that I mourned for Hannah so long. I regret the grief. I regret all the days I slept through because of it. Had I known she didn't love me anymore, things would have been different. I'm a bit angry now. If I had that day over again, I may just still pull out in front of the driver.
No, that's still grief, Nathan. That's still grief. You're just not sure how to process the new information. Would you really?
That's not really relevant.
Okay, I have to use the exact fucking phrasing. Oh wait. No. There are no stars. Do you still love her?
I don't know anything about that.
Do you still love Hannah?
Can we maybe not talk about Hannah anymore? And thanks for the dating advice, by the way.
The dating advice? We gave you dating advice?
I signed up for a dating website. It's a bit easy, to be honest. If I message something they don't like, I change it when the day replays. It's not very honest.
He's cheating. He's treating life as his own actual dating sim. I'm so fucking jealous. Do you want to be honest?
If I'm being honest, I'd probably rather ask out one of the patients I've seen here.
Uh-oh.
The friendly redhead with the accent.
Shit, Mariana got him too. Don't kiss Mariana.
No, sorry.
It's just a cult. It's beginning to seem very much like a cult, Green. Oh, what was his response to the dating advice thing?
I signed up for a dating website. It's a bit easy, to be honest. If I message something they don't like, I change it when the day replays. It's not very honest.
He's treating his life as his own actual dating sim, and I'm so jealous. He can go back in time and not ask out 5 girls at the same time. He's safe scumming. He is totally safe scumming. So how is dating? Okay, apparently not. He's finally putting his ability to good use. Hey, Kite. How you doing today? What else do you know about Dekker?
I've told you all I know about Dr. Dekker. He started out good, then turned a bit crazy towards the end. When you start giving people more problems as a therapist, that's a bit crazy.
Only a bit. Not super crazy or anything, just a little bit crazy. Tell us about crazy. You can't spell scumming without Will tried. You can't spell scumming without saying.
I think that he possibly cursed other people, a bit like he cursed me. Sometimes you could see he was bursting to tell me about it, but he couldn't. He was ecstatic with power.
You seem very certain that it's a curse.
Ah, the curse. Well remembered. I was hoping you'd forget. It's going to sound crazy. Dr. Dekker said I would never be able to move forward until I came to terms with my grief.
It's
so
true.
From this point on, I'd start to relive the same day over and over again until I made something of it. I believed him.
Maybe you shouldn't have believed him. Infectiously crazy. Oh yeah, it's spread to everyone. Hasn't it? Why did you believe him?
I didn't want to believe him. I remember I said, you can't just say things and they happen. He laughed and laughed. I think he was going mad. He said he'd give me a demonstration.
Did he use the paper spike on you too? What was this demonstration?
He held his hand outstretched and told me to look at the flame. There was no flame, and then there was. He was holding a flame in his hand that had come out of nowhere. And he tried to hypnotize me to make me forget it.
We are seeing a flame. Did he hypnotize you?
I didn't forget seeing the flame. He wanted me to forget it all, but I didn't. For whatever reason, he couldn't undo what he'd done.
High quality animation.
I pretended like the hypnosis had worked.
What were you scared of?
I was scared what Dr. Dekker would do to me if he found out I still knew. So I had to play along. Keep coming to the sessions. Pretend I hadn't seen what he'd done. It was awful, because I was suffering through the same days over and over again. But I couldn't talk to him about it. Because he'd know.
He could create flames from early 1990s FPS games. The greatest superpower. Let's ask, what day is it today?
That doesn't mean anything to me.
Days mean nothing to him. That actually, for once, that answer actually makes sense.
He held his hand
What else was on
outstretched
here?
and told me to look at the flame. There was no flame, and then there was. He was holding a flame in his hand that had come out of nowhere. And he tried to hypnotize me to make me forget it.
Oh. The flame did not show up this time. That might just be a sign of our, like how far along we are on the madness meter. Well, it feels stupid to say forget it, but what did he want you to forget?
He'd become bored of me, so I got much of my insight from calls or messages he'd take during our sessions. I think because he hypnotized me, he didn't want to play with me anymore, so I got basic therapist.
Dekker sounds like the worst kind of therapist. Ask him if he saw the flame just now? Did you see the flame just now? No, it won't do that. The parser assigns certain keywords to certain things. So flame is associated with hypnotize, with that hypnotize question. Tell us about basic therapist.
He told me lots of people get depression. to become more active, see more people. And although he wouldn't always be there to listen, Jaya would be.
Did he try to foist you off onto his assistant? Tell us about Jaya.
Jaya was a great listener, much better than Dr. Dekker. I think she would have made a great psychiatrist. Do you know, he tried to fire her.
Yeah. He tried to fire her because he wanted to date her. We knew about that. We got the termination letter. This is nothing new. Tell us about Nathan.
I was a bit of a shoulder to cry on for Nathan. He told me a lot of things about Dr. Dekker that I probably shouldn't have heard, and I'm not about to repeat to you either. Why? What did he say about me?
He says you're a great listener.
That's not something I know about.
He says you were fired.
Nope. Ask me another.
He says you should have become a psychiatrist.
No, that's not it.
He says you're a dead end. Alright, let's go back to this. He tried to fire Jaya. We already know about this, but we haven't talked with Nathan about it.
Yeah, he fired her. Jaya told me about it. You should ask her.
Alright, we haven't talked about the paper spike yet. We should probably talk about that soon. But also, what else is here?
I've told you all I know about Dr. Dekker. He started out good, then turned a bit crazy towards the end. When you start giving people more problems as a therapist,
Problems.
That's a bit crazy.
Ask him about his stress ball. Tell us about your stress ball.
I'm not trying to hide anything. I just don't know.
Tell us about your egg.
I've got nothing to tell you.
We tried. What other problems did he cause?
I started out with depression. Now I seem to repeat days. Even if you don't believe the repeat days, then I clearly have extra mental health problems that he's given me.
That's true, that's fair. He does have extra issues stemming from Dekker. Have you seen a paper spike in this office?
I didn't notice Dr. Dekker had a paper spike. I haven't really seen more than a foot in front of me since Hannah died.
And we have cleared out Nathan. At first you thought he was putting an egg in his pocket. We're gonna ask that. Can I offer you an egg in this trying time?
No, I don't know about that.
He does not know about eggs. Alright, well, we've exhausted all the options for today. We could continue on to green, but that's a pain in the ass considering I'm already using hints, and... Oh, hey! Hey!
It's just good manners to accept when someone offers to buy you a drink. I'm a very good-natured girl.
And the other one was, do they follow you to bed?
There was one guy, a real gym body.
Gym
I let
body?
him into the bedroom, but nothing. Nothing I did would stop him just staring at me. It was creepy. I got him to follow me outside, and then I just shut the door.
You brought someone home with you. You tried to fuck them. But they just wanted to stare at you, so you shut them out. I hope you put clothes back on him at least. Yeah, Nathan fancies her. You really wanted that uptime, Rick? My OBS says I've been streaming for 5 hours and 31 minutes at this point. The clothes may have never come off. I didn't realize that the hints would still work after they hit yellow.
Don't you think I'm sweet, Doctor?
Do we think she's sweet, chat? No, fuck off. She's salty. Wow, that's a lot of no's in chat. How long was the Sakura War stream in the end? 6.5 hours. We did not beat the end. I actually started looking up a walkthrough. So I may give it another try, just not right now. Anyway, no. You're not sweet.
Okay then.
She seems very perturbed by that. I want to see how far this goes now. Perhaps you should ask someone else a question. Are there no more questions for her? Is there anything else that we can ask Mariana about? Oh, no,
I'm
no.
not a
This stuff is still
siren.
green.
It's just how some guys are. I tried it with a woman too. She followed me. If a lot of people are watching, then it doesn't work.
When does it work?
You're not getting it.
A sweet person wouldn't keep kissing people when she turns them into zombies. That's true. She has basically asked us out on a date multiple times by now. She doesn't know Cthulhu, unfortunately. Even though it's right there on her necklace.
I don't know.
Do you know about octopi?
I don't know.
Alright. I was kind of hoping we could just hint our way through the green, but apparently not. Have I asked about the necklace itself? Tell us about your necklace.
You will have to ask me something else.
The pictures in the black seem to be blurrier. It is not just you. If I switch to, say, Elin or Claire, like depending on who it is, the pictures do change. Like Bryce, you barely see the pictures. Jaya, you see him a lot more clearly, as along with Claire. Elin is a little fuzzy. Mariana's is the fuzziest of them all. But yeah, let's push it to the next day.
You can stop looking at me like that. You've made me do this. And don't try and escape. You're all tied up.
Well, what?
Now tell me the truth. Is this a dream?
Chat? Is this a dream? She spiked us. It's the title of the day. It is the title. It does have multiple meanings. Today is not Monday, so I'm going to take your answer as no, Guinea. You are a dream. I didn't make her do anything.
That's a good doctor. Yes, it's all a big dream. So let's get down to business. Do you believe that people can have kinetic powers?
Jaya, could you just put on a mask and take like a few steps back? We'll answer your question partially because we gotta, but no, not the business. We're getting down to business. There are no Huns to defeat, but we're gonna have to do something about that. That's true. It is Monday for some places. Will firmly believes that there are kinetic powers.
And how do we treat people with kinetic powers? Do we encourage them or do we discourage them?
We are passive.
Answer me.
You are the only one who answered it, Will. And the game accepted that as an answer. See, right here, Will believes. I mean, Jaya seems very firmly in the encourage camp. So let's see what happens if we do the... Discourage is probably the wrong answer. Let's... Are we Professor X or Senator Kelly? I think Jaya is Magneto. So, we might die if we discourage. We have not seen the zombie yet, Cavalis. We're probably going to finish up whatever the shit is going on here and save the zombie for next week. Let's start by discouraging them.
Very good,
Wait, what?
Doctor. That's the right answer. Remember it, or there will be consequences. Now, since I'm here, let's have a little bit of fun.
Wait.
Shall we?
Wait, Jaya?
Doctor?
Jaya? You put those down. You put those down right now. Yeah, this... I thought this was a whodunit. Apparently everything becomes a dating sim when I play it on this stream. So, you know. We got pliers up the nose. We got no notes for Jaya being a freak.
There's someone else in my hour.
I brought David back to life.
I removed the chains, dressed her.
It was Iris.
We could try shifting now.
Would you like to see David, Doctor?
Sorry.
We both read The Cult of the Kinetic Mind, and that broke. It's no coincidence that most psychokinetic patients are
Grateful if you could see your way to declaring me
insane, or at least
temporarily insane.
There was no flame. And then there was.
I'll kiss a guy,
I pretended like the hypnosis had worked.
and then he just follows me
Can we maybe not talk about Hannah anymore?
wherever I go.
You may just still pull out in front of the driver.
Act 4.
Morning, Doctor. You're looking a bit unwell. Are they getting you all wound up? Well, have a look at this. I found it in Dropbox. Apparently, Dr. Dekker lent Mariana some money. Sounds dodgy, doesn't it? I also got the toxicology report back from Officer Yates, and shocker, Dr. Dekker had... Sorry, you just have to read it. I should have spoiler alert tattooed on my forehead. And
This is a
can we not
2010s
do the
game.
grief counselling thing today? I'm all sorts of behind on work, and I'm getting more stressed out watching it all pile up. If you need anything, though, I'm here.
Yeah, we're... no shit. We're not feeling well because you fucked us over last night. Well, this is day 4, Act 4 of the game. We've got a couple of new people today. We're not doing the grief counseling, but we can ask Jaya about shit. She's using the duster on her glasses, huh? We've got the usual suspects. We've got Bryce. We've got Claire. Who looks especially fucking rich today. We've got Elin. We saw Jaya. We've got Mariana, who's going all sex pot on us. Here's Nathan, who is still in the exact same clothes. He really is. Wow. And we've got 2 new people. We've got Glenn, who is wearing shoes. Have you not heard the rules in this office, sir? No shoes. And we have Scarlet. In case you don't remember, Scarlet was mentioned last time as someone Dr. Dekker was dating. So that's gonna be a fun chat. We also have some new pieces of evidence. The toxicology report and the loan agreement. Also, what the fuck is this gravestone picture? That magic to sin. Dead girl, dead man, dead person was dating Scarlet. They specifically refer to Dekker as a man, so dead man was dating Scarlet. This is a game of Cluedo now. But for now, we're gonna call it a stream. Thanks for stopping by for another 5.5 hours of therapy. We'll pick this up next week. With hopefully next week we get to see the zombie. Because Claire was supposed to bring her zombie husband in. It was Professor Plum in the library with the lead pipe. But yes, thanks for coming by. Have a good night, chat. If you believe you have psychokinetic powers, it's fine to experiment with them. Just, use your powers for good. Please? Use your powers for eggs. Have a good night.